Uh-oh. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Thursday night mix game at
Where'd you
Mool
put your stuff at,
Casino.
Dave? I mean, Bill?
Looks like everybody is just getting settled in and getting their chips, and we'll be ready to start dealing, shuffle up and deal soon. Thanks for joining us this evening, and we will begin promptly.
Double board Omaha high.
Don't change the order because it's all set up already.
I just read them straight to.
That makes it a little easier, I guess.
Fourth place will get $240. If you remain. All right, 6 p.m. tournament players, welcome to tonight's $40 buy, $20 rebuy, $20 add-on tournament. You have a starting stack of 10 pals in front of you.
The only thing they can't do is stun it. Because they don't have the table.
Right. The only physical limitation of the table is stun.
Yeah, you missed my last
The
hand.
rest of the limitations are soft.
What was it?
Right, cash game players to go
I got
for
five
next.
five in the last hand.
They have Badugi and they have
He called me over.
deuce-to-five, deuce-to-seven.
I called it five. Flopped
Right.
five.
It should be easy.
Our tournament dealers, the button starts as a 1 seat.
Seven cards.
Right, cash game players will spin it. Come on, the button.
Five dollars. Five. Get bet.
Let's get 6 p.m. tournament players.
I don't think you have any. I'm gonna.
You had quads?
$20 rebuy, $20 add-on. You have a 10,000 starting set.
Well, that's a pretty good hand for last hand.
Your rebuy chip. You can use that now or anytime you
We should have been over here with it.
10,000 or below.
I picked up 100 and.
Dealer $20, I'll give you additional 10,000 tips.
Yeah.
Which they need a new table.
Now before the tournament begins or anytime.
Played six card. Pretty good out there.
If you go bust, you can use that on the rebuy.
You won that in 6 card?
All right, when we get to the break, there's an
bought
add-on.
him for
An add-on
three.
is also
That plays here.
$20.
Huh?
That plays here.
The add-on, your chip stack size does not matter, but you must have at least one chip to add on to. It is an add-on, not a rebuy, so you cannot have that much.
How much are you in for total? Should make it even. That way they don't have to figure it out.
100. 200. 3, 10, 30.
Take off 30 bucks.
830.
Take off 30 bucks. 830?
It doesn't really matter. It's sitting there. It's not quite.
Well, I mean, you go all in. And if 160, 160, that's 320. You know, it could be capped 3 times. That's 320.
Still, limit.
Yeah.
You guys want to give her your cards? I guess we're going to scan
Sure.
in there.
We jackpot eligible? That'd be a no.
So there wasn't one? Was there supposed to be one?
No, there's only one table. That one table. No,
Why,
that one table.
why do they scan the cards though?
Because there's no couple people that time to scan it.
Oh, we get
All right,
paid?
your players, here we go. Your
Like,
players
we're
are
locked in for an hour.
Oh, we still get that?
lines are the 100.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Players good luck.
I
Dealers,
don't
go
think I
ahead, deal.
scanned mine last time I played.
There might have been like 10, 15.
So obviously nobody sits there ever.
Yeah, well, not it. They do. They do. But they have to put their cards over here.
Where they sit.
They would move that thing.
Move it back. Yeah. I'm here. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're there, not the. You don't.
I know. But I'm left-handed, so it kind of works.
Okay, looks like Jeanette, our favorite dealer, is getting the cards ready, and we should be shuffling up and dealing here within the next couple of minutes.
I like the big cards.
This is the 10-20 mix game at Hamul.
Big cards.
There will be a rotation of different games. If you see the placard to the right of the dealer there, it looks like they're going to be starting with Badugi this evening.
Yeah, they got because they
I wonder what they have different ones here and out there.
scan.
Hopefully everyone here maybe has checked us out before. We were live a couple of weeks ago. Hopefully we will get to be on a regular weekly basis, but view in when you can and when we get the stream going with enough players. But the Badugi game will be a 4-card game, triple
Maybe something
draw,
like, you know,
and the
your dollar
goal of
bill
the game is to get
versus
what's
something like
called a
that.
Badugi, and this is a rainbow or 4 cards of all the different suits. So you want a club, diamond, spade, and
Show me your
heart in
cards,
your
please.
hand. If you don't have
I got a
4
black
different
marker
suits,
to
you
get
don't
it.
have a Badugi. But if you don't have a
Scan
4-card
your
Badugi, then the
cards.
best 3-card different suits would win, and you want the lowest possible. So the ace, deuce, 3, 4. Aces are low in this game. Ace, deuce, 3, 4 of the 4 different suits is what would be called the nuts or the best possible hand.
No, there's a camera
So
inside
from
the
there,
screen
the
here.
5, 3, 2, 1 would be the second best, and so forth.
Camera.
If no one has a 4-card different suits, then the best 3-card different suits would
Something on
win
the
the hand.
table that
In this
has
case, ace, deuce, 3 of different suits would be the best 3-card
look at
possible.
that hair in there, man. That's disgusting.
I did put in chat that you guys can please feel free to ask questions anytime. Looks like we've got 7 or 8 viewers. Hopefully we'll get some more added in.
Take
But
off a
for
five.
anybody that's viewing in that does not know the games,
Count
you
it.
know, ask the basic questions. We're trying to create more interest in the game. We do have a good regular crew of players. In fact, this evening, I think we have a second table playing off camera. So, but the more the merrier. So please feel free to ask any questions. I know sometimes the mixed games can be a little bit confusing to some of the Hold'em players, but that's what we're here for, kind of make the games more accessible to you. And if any mixed players have comments on the strategy or anything you want to chime in with, please feel free.
Just take it off.
Hopefully in the future we'll have someone else commentating along with me, but it looks like tonight I will be flying solo. So anything you can do to help me fill the airtime would be appreciated.
Double diesel. Double diesel. D-I-E-S-E-L. D-I-E-S-E-L. Yeah. Something. That's my name when I'm riding my bike. My legs are 2 diesels.
Double show.
And we can play this game. Usually we like to play 8-handed is the standard. You can play up to 9 and still have enough cards to play most of the games, but more than that's not really a good thing. And then, you can play with 6, 7, sometimes even 5, and we can go less if needed. But it looks like we're going to start this evening with 6 players.
All right.
There's a little slider at the.
So is it seat 8? You said seat 8, right?
All right, so the action always starts left of the button. We're playing 10-20 mix, so the blinds are going to be 5 and 10.
Light should turn on.
Then the first action would be call 10 to continue play, or raise to 20, or you can fold out there, check out as Steve just did. Again, you're trying to get 4 low cards of different suits that don't pair. So Bill's in there with a 3-5, he'll draw 2. Double Diesel's in there with the 3-4 different suits, he'll draw 2. And Brian picks up a very nice 2-3-4, and he'll be drawing 1. And again, this is triple draw, so you get 3 opportunities to improve your hand. Oh, looks like David picked up a very nice first draw to get a 8-doogie. An 8-5 is pretty solid. Brian is drawing with a lot of different outs to improve. Ace, 5, 6, or 7, or even an 8 would give him a better Badugi than the 8-5 from David. But David, with a nice solid 8-5, is going to play this all the way down and probably bet it pretty strongly. Brian's not going anywhere, and Bill's picked up a nice 3-card draw as well. So Bill is drawing plenty live. He would need a heart to complete his Badugi, and Brian also needs a heart. So they're kind of going after the same cards. All right, let's see who catches the best in the last draw.
Is that your?
That's the old one.
That's the old one.
Oh, Brian whiffs 3 in a row. Checks dark, knowing that if he gets there, he can raise, and David's going to lead out. Bill missed his draw, and Brian's probably going to give it up because he missed 3 in a row.
That's worth the trouble. Great start. Yeah.
So you can see Brian a little perturbed there. He did have the best hand to start, and Dave got a better draw. But that's, that's the beauty of limit poker, is that you can get in there with the worst hand and draw, and then you have the best hand. And it's just like seeing a flop or a turn. Things do change pretty quickly, and you can, catch 3 different draws, so you have 3 different chances to improve. And it's only 10 or, it's only 1 bet. So you're always just going to keep calling to try to get there with 1 bet. It's only when it gets raised and re-raised and then that you ever even consider folding a hand like Brian had with a good draw.
I'll take that 3-card start anytime.
Yeah.
What time is it?
So you can hear Brian following up there, talking about how good his starting hand was. All right, I like Bill. He likes to play. He's going to draw 2 again. And again, nobody's here really playing optimally perfect GTO, game theory, optimal poker. We're playing 10, 20 limit. We're just having a good time. It's a very accessible game. Nobody's going to lose or win their rent money here. We're just, trying to promote the game and going out to have a good time and playing something a little different from everybody else's 2-card hold'em.
Ride your jack.
So Brian's going to draw 1 to a 7. Looks like he's got the best hand, whereas Dave and Bill are both drawing 2. Dave got a nice improvement, so now he's got a drawing 1 to a 5, which would be a really nice, Badugi if he gets there. Bill improved, and now he's going to have. Here's a good example. Bill's got 2 aces, and they're different suits. Well, actually, I'm sorry. No, he's going to have to discard the club. I was thinking that was 2 different suits that he would need, so he does not have to choose. Lots of times when you have a paired hand in Badugi, pairs are bad, so you would it would be random which one of the 2 suits you would want to discard. So you're just basically flipping a coin for which suit you prefer to discard. Oh, and Bill just caught a monster. So Bill's got a 6-5-2-1 rainbow. So 6 Badugi. Looks very stern when he puts out a $20 bet there. Chris is well known as being Badugi one of his better games, if not his best. And he's got a king there. And even if he broke the king, he would be drawing dead to a 9. But he doesn't know that Bill's already made hands. So when Bill pats and does not take a card on this draw, Chris will know he has to break, which he does, but doesn't get there. Fortunately, because if he got there for a 9, it still wouldn't be good. Dave missed, and Bill, unfortunately, is not going to find another call because he wanted somebody to make a worse Badugi and call him down there because his hand was really strong.
I'd love to catch a heart at some point. It's 2 hands in a row where I can't catch a heart. It is hard to make a Badugi, for sure. It worked last time I was in Minnesota. Like, I just kept getting...
All right, so any questions, please chime in and chat. If you just want to say hi, let me know who's here. That would be cool.
Everybody's like, how? I'm like,
any critiques, anything you want to hear? If my voice is too loud or grating, or you just want to hurl general abuse at me, please feel free. All right, so Chris has a really nice draw.
Last week, too.
Like I said earlier, if you have a 3-card ace deuce 3, that's the best 3-card possible. He's got an ace deuce 4 of different suits. So lots of times that the game Badugi is called Badugi because a Badugi is 4 different suits, but lots of times it turns into a 3-card game because no one ever gets 4 different suits that are not paired. And so the ace deuce 4 3-card has the potential to win quite a high percentage of hands even without improving. Oh, wow. That's crazy. So Bill picked up an ace deuce 3, which is actually the only 3-card hand better than the ace deuce 4, which Chris was dealt. And now here's the situation that I early got incorrect, that Bill now has 2 aces, and he only needs one of those aces, and he needs the other suit. So whichever one he throws away, if he throws away the wrong one,
So it's like a
he
$200
could not get the right card back.
$200
It didn't matter because he drew a heart.
Okay.
And Chris is going to be surprised that he somehow got pipped with the ace deuce 3 beating his ace deuce 4. So that's twice now we've seen a really excellent starting hand. Brian in the first hand with a 2-3-4 rainbow. And there, Chris with an ace deuce 4 rainbow, both getting caught from behind by the draws. All right, looks like Dave got dealt a 9-doogie. Being dealt a made hand is usually pretty strong in Badugi, especially if it's something under, somewhere around a 9 is kind of the middle of the pack. A 10, Jack, King. You're always kind of worried whether you should break or not. I think with a 9, you just are never going to break a 9, especially if you have an 8 behind it. So you're never going to, if you break a 9, you can only improve to an 8. So you're never going to break this. You're just going to play it strongly. And if you meet resistance, you might reassess what you're doing. But I would just never break this hand. I would just always bet it strong until some point somebody's drawing 1 and raises me, and then I'll probably still just call all the way down. So a made 9 is a great hand to be dealt. You see Steve's going to have a draw to beat him with an 8-4-3, and he's going to be drawing 1, so he'll need a diamond to complete the rainbow 8.
Time well spent.
Oh, and he pops it. He hits the 2 of diamonds, the second best possible card behind the ace of diamonds, but they're pretty much the same card at this point. And now he's got an 8-4, 8-4-3-2. So that's really strong. He's going to raise, I would think. He does. And now Dave's in a quandary. He probably feels he just got beat, but I don't know how you can do this. Like I said before, it's tough to draw 1, and then you're drawing to an 8. That's really not much better than the 9 you have. And you're never going to draw 2 with only 1 draw left to draw to the 6, which would be the, if you could see the cards, that would be the only play you have to win. Because if he throws away the 9, he's drawing to an 8-6. So Dave was kind of stuck there. He called, and like I said from the start, it's tough to ever break a made 9 like that, and so you're just going to bet, and when you see resistance, Dave did what you're just beat. You know, there's nothing you can do. It being limit, the guy's not betting $200 into $100 pot on you. He's just betting 20. There's already 150, $60 in the middle, so you're getting 7 to 8 to 1
You
pot
gotta say, I don't
odds.
care.
You just have to call down, knowing that you're beat.
I don't care raises. How much is it? I don't care.
Who's commentating, Gus?
Yeah.
Hi, Gus.
I guess. Whenever he gets to us.
Oh, is he not on yet?
No, I'm sure he is.
Oh.
They took my phone, so.
And it looks like that's Mr. Jason Tang has just sat down.
Sorry.
I guess he's going by Jet now. And he looks all dapper with a new haircut.
Yeah,
All right, what do we got for hands
they're gonna
here?
take my phone. I will link the live streams or group chats.
Oh, I have a 20-ounce Coors Light, please.
Okay, I'm getting a warning that the next hand was messed up somehow. This is only our second live stream for the mixed game. So the graphics and the software, we're still working out some kinks there.
Anybody else want a drink?
If we're looking at the hands, looks like David has a very nice 3-card draw to a 5-3 deuce rainbow.
I mean,
I'd imagine Bill comes along drawing to a 7. Not sure about Brian. He's got a made queen. But with this many people against him, I'm not really sure how you play it. It looks like he called under the gun. I would imagine he's just going to go pat and then hope it holds up. And Badugi, oftentimes, the opposite of what we saw the last hand. The last hand where we saw Dave end up losing heads up with a made 9. Sometimes a made queen will hold up against 3 or 4 people. That's the, quote unquote luck of the draw.
Who else is here?
7-handed.
Oh, okay.
One more draw.
I just don't want to have sit outs. Just makes everything harder. It's already hard
Is
enough.
Dramaha, is it 3? Or is it all of them?
And it looks like Chris hit a 6-5 Badugi, which is just a tremendously strong hand at this point. 2-3-5 David. I would imagine he'll still take a draw. If he hits a 6-4 or ace, it'll be good. Bill's really hoping not to hit his draw, because if he makes a 7, he would be dead. So Chris obviously is going to bet. Nobody else got there. They'll fold. Glenn, thank you so much for the question in chat. Glenn mentions said that I mentioned GTO. So what are the playable GTO starting hands in Badugi? It's kind of tough to me to go over the entire range of starting hands. It depends on your playing style. It depends on the table dynamics, how much people are playing loose, whether you're at a really tight table where you know nobody else is taking crazy draws. But if you're in early position, you can take 2 cards. You like starting from the bottom up, right? So ace 3, an ace 4, a deuce 4, 2 cards, and you draw 2, as long as the deuce and 4, the ace and 3 are different suits. Any 3 cards under a 5 or a 6, I'll pretty much play from any position. Any made Badugi, depending on the range. Like if you have a king made Badugi, I'm not going to get it in against 3 or 4 people. Like say you get a king, jack, 8-4. You're just never going to draw to a jack and hope to get there. You're not going to draw 2 to an 8. But if your head's up and you have a king, it'll probably hold up against somebody drawing. So it's really tough. Like if you're really interested in the starting hands and the structure, I would recommend just going online and Googling starting Badugi hands. It's just it's tough for me to give you that much, kind of go over the whole different range and the different variables that would be included. But basically, you never want to be drawing more than 2, and you want to be pushing with any good 3 card or any decent made 4 card. Did that sound reasonable, Glenn? Do you have feel free to follow up with that if that didn't give you enough information on your question. By the way, you need another N on Glenn, spelled incorrectly. My real name's Glenn. That's why I
Let's keep
said
breaking
that.
hearts all night. Just keep at it. Why stop now? Why stop now?
And thanks for the encouragement, Josh. Josh Mock chiming in on the chat there. He was my partner in commentary a couple of weeks ago, and 1 week with me was enough, and now he's back to the tables. All right, so I missed all the action there. Hopefully you guys caught up if you wanted to. It looks like Steve ended up with a made jack. Again, a made Badugi in the right situation can be really good, especially if, say you're in position and somebody's drawing 1 and then they check to you. You're usually going to bat a jack, a 9, a 10, something like that. If you have a king or a queen, you're probably just going to check behind because they might have drawn a king or a queen and just decided not to bet it because you already made. And again, this gets back to, not so much the starting hands, but this gets to the importance of position and Badugi. And really all draw games, position is I don't want to say more important than a hold'em situation, but it is definitely, it needs to be taken into consideration for any play you're making, whether you're raising or folding or calling. Every time you want to think about your position in relation to the rest of the table. And it looks like we did change games here, but I was on the by Hamul in private chat that this hand was messed up somehow. I don't know exactly how. So maybe they didn't change games. They're showing 5-card graphics. I'm told it's not reading the dealer's burn cards, so it's not letting us advance the game. Okay, but it does look, if you see by the placard on the right hand of the dealer, we're now playing, is that Dramaha deuce-to-seven or triple draw deuce-to-7? It should be triple draw deuce-to-7. So if you think about deuce-to-7, this game is 5 cards, and you're playing triple draw. So you're going to, again, get 3 chances to improve your hand. The best possible hand is 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, but it can't all be the same suit. So if you think about it from a hand rank, like a straight flush is the best possible hand, a royal or straight flush, a full house, a flush, a straight, 2 pair, trips, all that. So you don't want any of that. You want the hand that if you were playing a high game would lose to any other game you're going against, any other hand. So if you think about it, a 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 would lose to any other hand because a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would be a straight. A 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 would beat a 7, 5, 4, 3, 2. So that's how you do the hand rank. Getting back to Glenn's question earlier about, this game you really want 3 cards to start. You seldom want to draw more than 2. The one exception would be, I think, if you have a deuce and a 7 in your hand. The key cards in the game are included in the name of the game. It's deuce-to-7 triple draw. So if you look in here, Chris has a nice 8-7 to draw. Bill has an 8-6 made, and Brian has a 9-8. Brian, it's going to be tough for him to break. If he had like an 8-4 or 8-5, he could look to improve. But you can't just break the 9 trying to get an 8. And maybe I was working several different angles here. I might have missed it. This was they already drew. Brian's considering a call here. And he's got to think if he got raised, he's not good with a 9. But he's, sometimes in limit, it's not so much. You're just, you just got to look the guy up and make sure he's got it. I don't think I've played with Bill very much, so from Brian's read there, Brian thought that Bill was capable of value betting and or bluffing with a hand that a nine's going to beat. So again, this gets to the pot odds equation. When you're playing limit, that the maximum bet on the river is $20 unless it's raised. And so you look at the size of the pot, and if the size of the pot, say $100 or 140, you do the math. It's at 6-1, 7-1 that he's bluffing. Is it 7-1 that I have a better hand? And then you decide whether to throw in that last 20 or not.
See if I can get through this first buy-in before we get through like 3 games. They call the bet.
All right, so Steve under the gun should just get rid of that. Look for who's got a nice hand here.
Great Omaha hand.
Same.
Sad Omaha's not in here.
Bill obviously likes to play a lot of hands. If that's your MO, no complaints. Chris is going to be drawing 2 to a 7-5-3. I like the raise if he's being aggressive. He's probably already noticed that Bill's getting in there a lot. But I would like Chris' hand a lot better if it had a deuce in it, which, as we see, Jet does. Jet has a 7-6-5-2. Very nice draw here. He's drawn to a 3 or a 4.
Really?
If he hits an 8, it's not the worst thing in the world. But he does have the best draw of the 3 hands.
Only know because I sat
And so
2.5 hours.
Jet picked up a pair of 5s.
Testing it all.
On the surface, it looks bad, but on the other hand, it's good because a 5 is probably a card that the other 2 people need. Oddly enough, in this case, they both have a 5 already, but that's what we call blockers.
Check.
All right, Chris got there, so Chris now has an 8 low. And again, you're going to read the hand from the high card down. So when you announce your hand at the end when you're showing down, you don't say I've got a 2, 5, 6, 7. You go I have a 7, 6, 5. You count it down that way. So if you say I have a 7, 6, the other guy has an 8, they just know that they're not good. So Chris has a made hand that's going to be a favorite against anybody still drawing, but both opponents are drawing to beat him, and it looks like Bill got there and is going to pip Chris. So if you look at this, Bill's got 8-7-5-4-2, and Chris has 8-7-5-4-3. So the 3 beats the 2 by 1 pip. So Bill got the magic card there in the river, and Chris had to pay him off.
Yeah. I'm gonna look like a real clown when I have to rebuy. That'll be fun. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Next hand of deuce-to-7.
Could I get a couple napkins also? No worries. Thank you.
So I just fan it once and I'm good, right?
All right, Bill's definitely in there. Not only does he have a decent draw, the 6-5-2, but he's got a deuce and a 6 blocker to get rid of. So those cards that other people would want, and they're not going to be available.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Chris raises with here, like I said before, the last hand he raised with a 3-5-7. I thought that was okay, but with a deuce, it's that much better. Here he has the deuce and a very good starting hand and a very standard raise there. Well played. Everybody's coming along. Steve maybe kind of got trapped with this. He does have the best 2 cards, but like I said earlier, you seldom want to be drawing 3 cards. But here, if you know actually, he wasn't closing the action, so he was kind of open to a 3rd bet from Bill, which, didn't see it, so that's fine. He got in there for $10 extra and drew 3, drawing the ace, ace, jack, which are 3 very terrible cards for this. He'll be able to get away now.
It's a brand of whiskey.
Bill improved. He'll be able to draw to a 6 here. And Chris has a made 9,
Stuff kills my.
but this is a convertible. This is how we can convert. That basically the way I understand the term is he has a 9 made, but he can see what happens and convert that 9 into a drawing hand. So it's either a made 9 or a convertible into a 4-card draw to a 7. So again, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2 is the nuts, the best possible hand. So Chris can either have a 9, which is a fairly average hand, but it's made. He's got to kind of gauge the dynamics. He's got to see what kind of action he's facing, and then from there decide whether he wants to break his 9 and try to improve to a 7, or keep the 9, which is good against odds-wise. It's always going to be good against anybody drawing still. But if they have 2 draws left, then it kind of gets a little dicey, and it depends on your feel on the table, depends on how you're reading your opponents and their strength, and whether you think a 9's going to hold up against them. In this case, you see Bill. Bill gets there again. Bill just got the absolute stone nuts with the 7, 5, 4, 3, 2. And, in retrospect, it looks like Chris should have drawn, but I don't see how you can really determine that. The process was fine. Now that he's facing a bet, he knows he either has to call and he's going to break to draw 1, or he's just going to go ahead and fold. So that was a good smart fold by Chris, knowing he was beat.
The moisture, I think, does something.
Steve called him down with a jack. So if you see here again, that's the power position, or maybe not power position is the right term there. The importance of position there. Chris being in the middle, Bill leads out. He knows his 9's not likely good, but he also knows that Steve behind him could raise. So he's not necessarily only facing one bet. Steve is going to call the 20 because he's getting pot odds, and he knows that he's closing the action. And again, I have not played much with Bill. He seems like a very aggressive player. He's played almost every hand. So I think that reputation, maybe the other people there have played with him more, and he's getting called down on the river with hands that maybe against a tighter player, you're not going to see that call down.
Now that's a drama hand. No, oh yeah, I do.
Brian folding trip queens there, and referencing that would be a good drama hog hand, which is a game we should be playing later. But high hands are really good there, and high hands are not good here because we're going for the exact opposite. We're going for the lowest possible ranked hand.
With Dramaha, no. Well, sorry. With the other games, no, because I tested them when we tested Dramaha, and it was putting an action for a draw in on the river. Because on their game, it's listed as 3-0-1, so it's like up to, I assume up to 3 on the flop.
That's an interesting way.
On the turn, right?
On the river, you can toss 1.
Right, but it was a max of 5.
I'm so in. Let's play this.
Right, but then she said on the software it has a max of 5
Players?
Yeah, which I guess if you're doing 2 draws, like you would need to cap it at 5. And she said she couldn't even like select it as a game, or it just wouldn't come up at all with the
There's a game.
The way it was configured.
There's a guy named Joe that hosts a game. And we basically make up games at this point.
On you, Bill.
I'm totally going to introduce that.
Hey, no hands of interest there.
Remember the first time we played?
Everybody's folding.
We did?
Yeah, that's not.
Every
And Bill staying with the aggression,
You were here for the first game we ever played. Yeah,
having a fairly okay hand, but likes getting more money in there. I like that style of play. I like if you sense weakness from other people, you might as well go ahead and get money in there, kind of take control of the hand, and be able to dictate. By raising early, somebody's going to be less inclined to raise at you with a weak hand. So you're kind of narrowing down what their play can be. So you're kind of dictating how they play their hands by your action. So I like that. He improved a little bit there, so now he's going to be drawn to an 8-7. It looks like Double Diesel has a made 9.
I did have
And
I forgot
not
to
sure
play,
if Brian's graphics are
which one
off,
it
but
was it deuce?
looks like he's drawing. Okay, something's wrong. Brian's fifth card's not showing up.
A straight.
I would have to believe it's a deuce or 3 there.
Hello.
So he ends up with a made jack.
Change.
It looks like Double Diesel did not break his 9, because if you break your 9 and you're just going for an 8, it's not that big of an improvement.
I'm not there doing.
And Bill missed. He called and drawing 1 to an 8, and if he gets there, he's going to win. If he misses, he loses. And it looks like Bill got there.
Good hourly. Walk for 15 minutes and make $300.
The graphics are not showing what his last card was. He was drawing to an 8-7-4-3. If he drew a 2, 5, or 6 there, any of those would have beat a 9. So I'm not sure exactly what Bill had, but obviously it was one of those cards to improve.
Have dinner. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm too accommodating. I know I'm too nice.
Why don't any of them want to come play? None of them.
This is seven max.
Well, none of them wanted to play the stream.
Brandon wants to play the stream.
Well, no, we don't want Brandon. We're talking about the other people. The other. No, I don't even want Kev. I want like the other people. No, I know Brian. I know Brian doesn't want to play in the stream.
I was like, I don't care. Give me a seat somewhere.
Oh, so Brian's got a beautiful 7-4-3-2. That is the best possible 4-card hand. You're drawing to a 5 for the nuts or a 6 for the number 2. And that's how you rank. There's a number system for ranking the best possible deuce-to-7 hands. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 is number 1. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 is number 2. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 would be number 3, etc. So you can just call out, I got number 1 or I got number 3, and that perfectly encapsulates what your hand is. You're welcome, Glenn. I hope that it was somewhat illuminating. Again, there's just so many different variables involved that it's hard to say, like, okay, this is the hand to start with. It's it's kind of like, what do you do with Jack 8 offsuit in late position in a loose game? In a tight game, you're obviously going to fold it. In a loose game, who knows? You might take a flop, see what happens. And again, this is limit rather than pot or no limit. So it depends on your style, how loose you like to play, and how loose you feel the table is. And then, again, your positions can be really important as well. But as a general rule, you don't want to ever draw more than 2. And you want to raise with any good 3 card. And made Badugis are dependent on how many. It's always dependent on how many players you're up against, because if you're up against one person drawing, a made hand's really solid. If you're up against several people drawing, they all have a chance to improve, and that's a lot to fade. So let's see how Brian, again, drawing to the best possible 4-card draw, and just does not get there. Just terrible bad luck for Brian, never to improve. I can't see what Chris's 5th card was. It looks like a 7 or an 8. The 2, 3, 4, 5.
That was how I started.
I think what the problem here is, if I'm not mistaken, with the graphics,
His last card was a
that
7.
sometimes in draw games, when everybody's drawing several cards, that you run out of cards, and so the dealer has to shuffle some of the discards and then re-deal those. And if I'm not mistaken, the software has an issue with capturing the redraw, the reshuffled cards. And so that's why we're missing some of those. But it looks like Chris showed either a 7 or an 8. We did see the 2, 3, 4, 5 before that. So definitely had
State of the
either
art. I mean, there
number
was
one
no, there
best
was no
hand or the best 8, which is maybe
downside
the
to
5th
it.
or
I don't think
6th
there
best
were-
Thinking I was
possible.
going to get a
I don't
king,
know.
though.
In any limits.
And anyways, a really good hand.
Like, you know, 10% success rate in snowing.
$10 snow value.
Oh, I agree. I'm in.
You could do like the stand-up game or the squid
All
game
right.
or whatever. Where last
I
person
might
wins
play.
the
Jet had 9, 8, 7, 7, 4. It's a tough to draw to that, but
If you all agree to it.
having 2 7s there, I might throw away the 9, 8, 7 and draw 2.
So placard.
It's not a smart play.
Oh,
Actually, draw 3. I'm sorry. It's not a smart play, but this gets back to how much fun do you want to have compared to how GTO you want to play,
Triple
uh,
draw. It
compared to how loose
I
the
mean, the no
table
limit
is.
will work, but
So here you see Brian's drawing 3, Chris drawing 2
much
to
fun doing that.
a not a great draw. Oh, but Chris binks
Okay doing
perfect.
it. I'm just saying. I'm just letting you guys know.
Are you good on the squid game?
So
sure.
Jet, as he's naming himself, Jason in seat 4, made the right laydown. Obviously, it was a cracked one, but like I said, I might have just ventured in there for a
Do you
goof.
get a placard when you win a hand? The last person.
Chris, and we were talking about the ranks a second ago. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. So this would be number
Start with $5.
3.
Watch myself back.
It accumulates too. Like, if you get 2 placards, everyone owes
All
you
the,
10, right?
I don't.
It looks like Brandon has joined the chat. I've seen Brandon in the background a few times, but I think he must be playing at the other table. He's wearing a Descendants shirt, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, is it per orbit, right?
No, we just start at a certain point, and the last one without a.
Oh, the last
And
one doesn't have to pay
that's
her.
my man Christopher there, getting a cocktail, hopefully.
The game. All right. I know it was like once per orbit. And I'm like, oh shit. Like,
wait, how does it go?
Chris is just super to play with. Really nice guy. He doesn't mind buying a drink or two for you while he's having a few himself, and kind of encapsulates the crux of what we're looking for. Someone that's a good player, but also is there more just to have a good time rather than to grind out a small W or to make his rent money. Nobody here, I think, is the very few people are looking at this as an income source or a way to make ends meet. I think we're all there having a good time. We have a good camaraderie. I feel like everybody I play with has become a friend at this point. We all have most of the same regulars every week. And, it's just a good game to get involved. You learn some other poker games other than Texas No Limit, which everybody plays everywhere.
High side on split pots, otherwise it's
So,
Scooping is rare, so.
okay.
and Brandon, who's in the chat now, is one of our regular players.
Are you guys okay with 10 or you want to do 5?
Guess we've been playing a few years together now.
All right.
I'll get one from the last hand.
Nope.
We're starting now.
Ready, go. You're starting with the button, so it's like an automatic.
All right, it looks like we changed games again, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not sure what we're playing here. Sorry, it's a 4-card game, but I don't think this is BPL or STL.
Race.
I'm sorry, MTG Legacy. What is BTL for St. Louis?
Just full. I can get the first.
Okay, we're now playing Omaha 8, I've been informed.
Full.
So Omaha 8 is you're going to get 4 cards. It's going to be a split pot flop game. There's going to be a low and a high. There's always going to be a high hand. There's only going to be a low hand if there's a qualifier. And by a qualifier, you have to play 2 cards out of your hand
There's the board, dude.
and 3 cards on the board. And you have to have an 8 or lower 5-card hand that's not paired, right? So 8, 6, 5, 4, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4 would be the worst possible. Ace 2, 3, 4, 5 would be the best, and anybody there.
God.
Welcome, NTG.
Crummy low draw.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the BPL.
Yeah. Give me my first black, please.
He gets one of those gold things. Sweet games.
Yeah, but it isn't.
We're not doing
progressive.
progressive. So you just get one. But you can do a progressive where.
Sorry, I was trying to concentrate on MTG Legacy in the chat, and I missed the hand. So whatever happened,
Only like 9 of them.
congrats or condolences.
Dealies.
And please tell me that MTG Legacy is not Marjorie Taylor Greene Legacy.
That's
If they had multiple ones, you'd have to give them multiple.
She's not from St. Louis, right? All right, so Steve's got a Ace King 10-10, which is a very good high hand. Being a high-low game, it's going to be a one-way hand, right? If a low flop comes, you can get away from it. If a high flop comes, you probably got a good chance of winning.
I could, but we'll see what
Brian here with a suited ace deuce and a 4. So ace deuce is always going to be the best low draw if you think about getting low for half the pot. A suited ace deuce is even better. And then when he has a 4 along with it, an ace deuce 4 is really solid because you have an extra card down there in case you pair your ace or deuce. The 4 can be there to help you get 5 cards to an 8 low or better. So this is an absolutely monster flop for Brian with the best starting hand. So now he has the nut low draw and the nut flush draw, and he also has a 3 for a gut shot straight. Looks like Jet also has a nice draw where he's got bottom pair, but he's got the 2, 3, 4 along with it. So he's got what we call a wrap. So an ace, deuce, 3, or 4. An ace would give him the nut low. A deuce, 3, or 4, or 7 gives him a straight. However, okay, so there's the money card. So now Jet ends up with the nut low, still has all that straight wrap with him. Brian has the second nut low and still has the nut flush, but that's just absolutely the worst possible card for Brian. Brian's going to get just, well, what's he going to have high-wise? Okay, so high, somehow the ace-king from Steve's going to hold up. The ace-queen from Brian's going to lose.
That's where I was trying to go.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Jet backdoored clubs there. So Jet gets a scoop there. And if you notice, he had deuce 3 for the nut low. So his low was 6-5, 3-2-1. Very solid low. And he had a bad flush. But a bad flush, when you have the nut low, you can bet real strongly because you're always going to get at least a quarter there.
That was about the worst turn for me.
It's a very nice hand for Jason. Jet.
And I get a placard, please.
And Brian, again, cussing his luck, which he really has. He's had some monster starting hands and some really nice draws and just run really, really poorly. And in case you don't know him, Brian is the ringleader for the mixed game. He's the one that kind of started it going probably 3.5, 4 years ago. I met him a couple of years ago, and he got me, but he's the one that everybody lets him know on a Monday or Tuesday or even Wednesday whether they're interested in playing, and he'll tell you, who's going to be there, how many tables. It usually goes by seniority. Whoever's been playing the longest, will be first priority to being there. And he'll be like, okay, we got 2 tables. You're on table 2. See at 5:45, or he might be like, okay, we got 2 full tables, and you're first up. Or it'll be like, we have 1 table. You're in. Would you like to be on the stream or not on the live stream? Like tonight, we have 2 tables going. One of them streamed, and the other one's not. All right, so looking at the hands here, Chris with a nice, again, the ace deuce, and then having that third wheel card, ace to 5 is what we call the wheel. So the third wheel card there makes it a lot stronger. And now here's the problem with Steve. Steve's again playing a high only hand, and with this kind of flop, even though his jacks are good on this ace, on this 4-4 deuce board, and nobody else has anything really. Chris has a pair of deuces, but Bill has the nut low draw, his ace 3, the ace 2, 4, 5 is a low draw. Chris has bottom pair with the second nut low draw, so an ace 5. And they both have an advantage over a pair of jacks, which only can go for the high. So even though the jack still would have won until there. So Chris somehow, not somehow, but Chris, with a lot of different draws, got there with trips on the river. I'm wondering if he doesn't even lead out because you never know. There might be a 4 there. And if the guy doesn't have a 4, he's probably not going to call when the deuce hits anyway. So you're just thinking if you bet, you're only going to get called by a better. You're not going to get a worse hand to call. So you're just going to check there, and if your opponent bets, you call.
A hotel, or are they expanding to a lot more other stuff? Does anyone know?
I don't think so.
Just a hotel? They're not expanding. Okay. More parking.
And if anybody's looking for a kind of an introductory game to get started on mixed games, I think Omaha 8 is kind of one of the original mixed games before we started playing, Dramaha and Badugi and all these triple draw things.
Yeah, let's work into it.
Where it's very similar to Hold'em that you have a flop, a turn, and a river. The only difference is you play 2 out of your hand and 3 on the board. So it's like pot limit Omaha in that regard, but you just have a split pot.
I know.
So mixed games are all about having more variables and more different things to think about rather than, does my opponent have queens deep or does he have jacks? Does he have kings or jacks? I don't know. Let me figure it out. Here you're thinking, does he have a high hand? Does he have a low hand? Does he have a draw? Is he betting with 2 pairs? Is he betting with a low draw and a flush draw? So to me, it's a lot more interesting having a split pot game rather than just a high game.
No, he's bad.
He's probably happy. Yeah.
Well, I'm having 50% rule, right?
He should buy. He should.
So Steve with
one of us.
I'm seeing
a nice big pair of aces there with the king queen, but again high only. This particular board, you have jack jack 9. There's never going to be a low because again you need 5 cards, 3 on the board, 2 in your hand that are 8 or lower. So if you have 3 cards above an 8 already on the board, there's never going to be a low.
Yeah, I should have taken that card.
Steve win a hand.
Your golden ticket too.
Oh, it's getting close. It's getting close. I'm not sure I met either of you guys. I'm Jason.
Bill?
David.
Nice to meet you guys.
Double diesel.
Jack?
Jason. What?
Going Jack.
Jet. Yeah. It's just my initials.
You come
I want my wife to
Thursday
watch me
night, or-
lose 2
No,
binds. So.
I used to play here all the time, but I'm in Vegas now. I kind of split time.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well,
Did
you're
you drive out here?
professional
Huh?
now. You're professional now.
No, not really.
Did you drive out here?
No, fly. Flying's so cheap. It's like $20.
20
If that's 20 to 25. If you don't have a carry-on, and so I stayed when I'm down there. I stay with one of my sisters, and I just leave clothes like a duffel bag of clothes. So I just bring myself. Yeah.
You can leave a set of clothes here.
I'm originally from here. That's why.
I see.
December is when I left.
All right, just heard Jason, or Jet as he's named here, talking about how he used to be a regular in this game, but he's moved to Vegas recently, and now he's visiting his hometown of San Diego and filling in on a Thursday night. Brian with a really nice ace 4 jack here. I like this kind of hand because it can play both high and low. It's hard to miss the flop completely. And again, a suited ace is always very strong. Lots of your value in split pot games, especially or PLO for that matter, will come from making the nut flush, the ace high flush against a king or queen high flush. And okay, looks like the aces are going to hold up. Double Diesel correctly figures that his kings are usually good here. He just doesn't know that Brian somehow has aces, on top of which if he leads out like this, he can represent having a 10. It's pretty common when you have 4 cards that you're going to that if there's a pair on board, somebody's going to have it, and there's a good chance he might get the aces to fold. And the queens behind that with Steve would have to be really stubborn to stick around for another card. See, here he goes. Double Diesel. Again, he thinks he thinks his kings are really strong there, and Brian, is going like, yeah, I think my aces, they're going to shrivel up because there's the thing on board, and now somehow the folding the aces works out because Double Diesel hits his king on the river.
That's why I checked.
And he's thinking he had the best hand the whole time, whereas Brian's sitting there going like, I had aces and I folded incorrectly, although reasonably, right? The guy leads twice into a paired board like that. You almost have to think he's got the 10 or a pair of jacks, so you're only drawing to an ace there. So Brian, correctly thinks that, there's this guy's betting into this board twice. It's pretty sure he's got a 10 and folds, only to discover that he folded the best hand and still would have lost on the river when the king came.
I'm gonna introduce this. Hey guys. It is. I mean, I think it's.
And this was Omaha 8 was the first game that I played besides Texas Hold'em. I used to play this limit all the time and absolutely loved it. It was only later on that I discovered we could play 4 and 5 card games and all these stud variations and all these things that I branched out from. I used to only play Omaha 8. That was the only game I would go to a casino and play. All right, so David with a really nice, again, having 3 wheel cards, 3 cards between an ace and a 5 is always strong, especially if it has an ace and a deuce with it. And Chris picks up ace deuce 3, which in Omaha 8 parlance we often call ABC. You go, I had ABC, and everybody knows what you're talking about. And so the flop comes. So now, if you only have ace deuce here and you see the 8-7 on the board makes a possible low, if you have only ace deuce and an ace or a deuce comes, your low is what we call counterfeited. You don't have a low. You have a pair instead. And if you have ace deuce 3, even if you hit your ace or deuce, you could be you can't be counterfeited. So any low card comes, you're going to have the nut low. So this is exactly what happens here with Chris, the ace or deuce doesn't come, but now Chris and David both have the nut low. It looks like there's no flush out there, and Bill's in a quandary here. And is he going to call with 2 pair? He does. And Chris and Dave are going to get what we call quartered. So they have a tie for the best low, and Bill's going to win the high with 2 pair. So those I'm not sure how much money was in the pot, but that's a call I probably don't make with a 8-7-6 on the board. That's a straight possibility. There are 3 heart. There's a flush possibility, and Bill correctly made the call. He must have put both the other people on ace deuce only for the nut low, and therefore he thought there was a good chance that his 2 pair, which were like the 3rd and 4th best pair on the board, would be good. And with this case, it turned out to be so. And this is where we get back into the pot odds discussion with how much money's in the pot, and if I call 20, am I going to be able to take half the pot there? A good enough percentage of the time to justify the call.
I think 5's a fair, it's a good, just a neat game. Yeah.
And that was going to talk us into like 25.
Then he starts to grind it up.
Exactly right.
Lose 2 or 3 times. Okay, let's make it $100 each. 4 times.
Nissan and Brandon, we're going to Nissan and Brandon, we're going
check sometimes when I get trash cards.
All right, let's see what we got.
Not that my
Yeah,
draws
Steven there with a
get
3,
there.
4, 4, 5. Reasonable. Like again,
Still
here's
betting.
wheel cards, always strong. Bill just likes playing. I'm not. I'm sorry, I missed where position he was. Oh, he's in the cutoff. Not sure if that's a hand you should normally play, but again, we're playing 10-20 limit, so have fun, play some hands, and
Very sp-
he
I already
nailed the
moved my
flop.
boat. It can only
You
get
have
worse.
4
So I'm
cards in your
still
hand,
gonna
right? So
still
you
gonna
can pretty
continue to build my
much
boat.
hit the board quite
Yeah.
often. So that's why the game's so much fun.
So somebody says
Here it's kind of interesting. Brian has a pocket 3, so he hit the what we call the underfull,
Can that person
the
will be
full
on hold for the
house, but
rest of
it's
the
the
game?
worst possible full house. And so, but Bill's problem with his hand, not only was it not that strong but it's like the deuces paired. So even though he hit trip queens, he could only hit a king or a deuce.
I would
So
like
he
to.
only had, instead of, say if he had king queen 9-10 or king
Fold like
queen
this.
3-2 even, he would have more cards to hit his full house rather than the pair of deuces, which takes away some of his outs.
We're playing now.
And you know, in this small stakes plus the way the game's being played,
Triple draw.
Brian's gonna
We're on
he's
ace
gonna play
5.
that full house fairly aggressively
That's
until he hits
double board,
resistance.
pick a board like the
So
top board.
he had the
Yeah, we
aces
got
earlier that were actually the best hand, but he was facing a lot of strength
all right.
from
The old ace
I
five.
forgot, Double Diesel I think was leading out with the kings. And so when usually in Omaha and its limit, when people are showing you strength, they have it. There's not a lot of bluffing in this game, unless you. Personally, I like doing it. It's a challenge to get a bluff across. They're really tough to do. I feel like they're when you have to set it up, and then you have to pretty much put your opponent on a draw and not a made hand. And you gotta kind of think about it on the flop and the turn. You can't just come out leading out in the river and expect to get away with a bluff. So okay, it looks like we switched games, and
I already got mine. That did make me tighten
not
up.
sure what we're playing here. Okay, there it is. Okay, we were playing ace to 5 triple draw. So this is quite a bit like deuce-to-7 that we played earlier. It's going to be a 5-card hand, triple draw. Uh, and this is the wheel ace, deuce, 3, 4, 5. Is aces are low, and you want the lowest possible 5 cards. Unlike deuce-to-7, where you're trying for the worst possible ranked hand, here you're just trying for the lowest possible cards. So at ace, deuce, 3, 4, 5, they're all hearts or still a low. So a flush doesn't a flush is not against you, and a straight is not bad for you like they are in deuce-to-7.
Check.
Tens.
So Jet here is playing. He's got the ace deuce. You always like starting from the bottom, and he's got the 6 on top. So he's got a really nice draw, and he gets there with an 8-6, but Bill's got there with a 7-5. So it's very interesting to. Oh my goodness! And looks like Double Diesel has the wheel. So Double Diesel has ace deuce 3-5. Bill led into him because Bill has a 7-5, which is a pretty strong hand.
You can't snow Bill.
And Double Diesel just called there rather than raising, even though he's got the best possible hand, because he knew that Jet behind him is going to call, not knowing how strong he is because he didn't raise.
Just a wheel.
And see, then he got a raise on the river and got called because he played it on the turn, knowing he can never get beat, and didn't raise and scare his opponents off. If you raise there, Bill's leading out with a 7. Bill's probably going to draw, and then Bill's going to have a chance to beat you, or not beat you, but tie you. And whereas if you just call behind, Bill's going to think his 7's always good because you didn't raise, and then you raise on the river, and now he's got a call. So very well played by Double Diesel. Kind of sneaky there with just a flat call before the last draw with the absolute nuts, the ace to 5 wheel.
I can see that against a specific player.
You drew what?
But I think I'm still this.
I had ace 2-3 to start.
They're like, all right.
I got a 5 deuce, and then I got a 4.
This game definitely seems to me the most self-explanatory.
Aspirations.
All you want is ace to 5. the lowest possible cards. Ace, deuce, 3, 4, 5.
Man,
Ace,
my
deuce,
favorite
3,
scenario
4,
was
6.
when he like rolled over all
Ace,
red and
3,
nine
5, 7, 8. You know,
That got me
a
good.
9 loses to an
That's like a
8,
poker
loses to
highlight
a
for me.
7, loses to a 6. So you just think about it that way. You're always striving for an ace to 5, but a ace to 6 is really good. A 7 is right where you get in the margins of being the best possible hand. And then you get over a 7, then you're kind of into the average, below average type of holdings. And I think the graphics are wrong here because, oh, I'm sorry, that was the draw. Okay, they're not. David did draw 4 there.
Uh-oh.
I was kind of surprised there.
Sorry to everybody
Yeah,
on
David
stream.
was in the
Sorry to
blind,
everybody
so
watching.
he was,
Check's fine.
you're going to take a large draw if you close the action, and
Ooh.
you're getting your money's worth. So it was called, or actually there was no raise, so he was in the big blind, and he didn't have to call anymore. So you might as well draw, and he made the correct 4 draw.
Check.
Bill's got a decent hand drawing to a 6, 4, 3,
With that
1.
answer.
And Double Diesel's got pocket aces and pocket 4s with a 7. So
Never
this is
regret
really
this.
interesting
It's a
because
great strategy.
this gets back to our blocker conversation about earlier, that if he discards an ace or a 4, those are cards his
Ruining the
opponent
stream. The whole
won't,
shuffle is
right?
all ruined
And
now.
you look at Chris, he's in the same
Stream's over.
situation.
That's
He's
it.
got
All right,
deuces
take
and
off your mic.
3s. So he's going to discard a 2 and a 3.
Good
And
buffer
those
there,
are
sir.
cards that other people won't. Namely,
She's Pat.
Chris needs Double Diesel's ace and 4 that he's going to discard,
Or I guess
and
really I should just be playing
Chris
four.
needs his, or vice versa. So they need each other's cards here. So they're both going to play like they have blockers, and they do.
Nice 7, buddy.
And because all these low cards are out, it's really going to be. This is where you have to watch whether
I
there's so
definitely
many
breaked down last draw. I
discards
mean,
that the dealer has to
I think I
reshuffle,
would.
because all these cards that were blockers
I don't even want
are
to
now
bring
being
it close.
redistributed. And so this is where Jet's got an 8-7, which is usually not that good of a
You
hand.
can see her
But with
cards
all
up there,
these
how
low
many
cards
reversed
going
she
into the
has.
discard already,
She
there's a
shuffled.
good
That's a
chance his
brick.
8's going to
That's
hold
a
up
brick.
here.
Ooh.
She shuffled one
all right.
already, yeah.
Brick City.
You should put 2 cards there, yeah.
Pat.
Why did I say 1 beer? I want another beer, really.
And I would be remiss if I don't comment or
So badly wanting it.
commend Chris on his selection of Corona tonight. I commented a couple of weeks ago that he switched from his usual Coors Light draft to a Corona, and it was definitely an upgrade, in my opinion. So tonight it looks like he's going straight to the Corona, probably so that he doesn't get disparaged for his poor beer selections.
That's a
So
40
props
brick.
to you, Chris.
Rough. Rough.
Yeah, that's what I'm like, well, these I don't know what to do. There's so many players in the
And
field. I'm like, I gotta stay.
I was just commenting on how I feel like this is the most self-explanatory
Enter 10
game.
fives and then
Again, we're playing ace to 5 triple draw. 5 cards, you get 3 draws. You want ace 2, 3, 4, 5, or the closest you can to that.
no bounty.
Because I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to bring my mom some of her leftover milkshake and use the restroom, and I'll be back in 5.
Yeah, I'll take my bud.
Oh no. Take 5 cards.
Keep your big chips out front, please, sir. Oh man, I should have capped this. Suck.
Oh, you're a net, yeah.
I know, nobody would have seen it. I won the first.
I'm just saying, we're trolling you.
Oh,
You said you should have capped.
I definitely should have capped. Yeah, knit for sure. definitely should have got rid of the riffraff. That was another raise. Man, playing terribly. Although I keep bricking my draws too, so maybe I'm saving money here.
It's part of the game. Just wait till you hit it, you know? That's when it feels great. Ah, it was all working. Oh, is there a football game on? Is there a preseason game? Oh, there is.
Well, that's probably my cue to exit. I really do keep bricking these draws.
Yeah, I know. One looks good.
My winning outs are cooked in theory, then, most likely. Or severely reduced. Yeah, Jeanette, what's my last card? Wheel again? Oh, what a great laydown by me. Yeah, drawn dead.
Good seat change.
Yeah. You break that.
Drawing dead.
We need to purchase the software to play like all the crazy games.
Thank you.
Wonder how they do that.
I didn't make any of these decisions.
You meant the ROI. Oh my god. That's true.
Right.
What's that?
Do that? Can we chat you? I guess what chat GBT 5.
Okay, guys, I'm back. I was watching on my phone while I took a little break there, and I'd really hoped that stepping away would have helped Brian's bad luck that he seems to be going tonight. He is, as I heard him say, bricked every draw tonight, and he had the best starting hand again. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Double Diesel hit the wheel again. So I think he's had the wheel twice now and ace to 5. And if I'm not mistaken, he had the wheel and deuce-to-7 triple draw. So that's quite a run of good hands for Double Diesel. I'll have to be aware of him, I think, if I get back to the San Diego and get to play the game anytime soon.
3 of us.
Number 2.
2 nits and a nit. Button.
4 draw. 6543. I don't know the numbers.
Me either.
I'm not gonna pretend it sounds smart enough.
People are like, oh, you had number 11.
Okay. All right, so it looks like Bill's going to draw 2 to a 6-5. Very reasonable. Double Diesel is drawing 2 to a 6-4. And David was drawing 2 to a 6-3-1. So pretty similar hands. And Bill drew perfect to now have a made 6-5, which I think is the third best possible hand. David, unaware that, Bill drew 2, so he was unaware that he wasn't going to be drawing again. So he made a very reasonable call. And now, unfortunately, Dave hit a hand that he's not going to be able to really fold, especially after Bill got there, or he's not going to be able to draw again. And now Dave knows he's beat. Be a very disciplined fold. Very, very nice fold from David. I think I might have called there.
642.
Again, I haven't played with Bill that much, but it looks like he is very aggressive. And again, he's always had it tonight, though. So Dave, well done, nice fold. Well played by Bill as well. He hit perfect on his draw and played it correctly.
I still remember it was 612.
Yeah. 612 for like a solid year at least.
Dave definitely looking frustrated that he hit a really nice hand there and knew he was beat.
Losing the amount that I lost in a 612 and Logan. Logan had the record at 1400.
Yeah.
It was the craziest shit. I had the record at 12. I think I lost 1200. Who loses 1200 in a 612? Me.
Is that a straddle, sir?
6 racks. 3 6. Is that a straddle or a race?
Yeah.
I think, well, I don't know what.
Straddle. That was a
1200's
straddle.
a lot in that game. It's 612, right?
612.
All right, it's kind of nice for the players to be talking there, have their mics going, so I can shut up for a little while. But very funny story. Jason was talking about losing $1,200 in a 6-12 limit game. So this is 10-20, and it's really hard to lose 1,200 and 1020, and 612 would be even less. So he must have had a really poor performance that evening. I'd like to hear more about the story sometime.
That's a quad.
They're fighting to see who wins.
All right, the hands. Dave was raising up with an 8-7, which is kind of borderline. I was curious how he would do that. Yeah, I think that's pretty. You're definitely going to break, but I guess you could look at breaking 2 and drawing to a 5-4-2, but I think that was the right play. Honestly, I'm not an expert on exactly how to play ace to 5. I highly prefer deuce to 7. I just feel like I don't know if I'm better at it naturally or I've had more experience, but I just seem to know where I am a lot more. Here, to me, a 7-5 is a 7-6, a 8-4. I kind of get confused on exactly where I am compared to the other players. Obviously, Dave knows where he is when he just folded that made 7 on the last hand. So David here has a made 8, and Chris has a 1 draw to a 7-6. Oh, I'm sorry, Dave hit a 7. Sorry, I missed the action there. Did Chris try to raise and bluff there and get caught? Or did I just miss what happened? It looked to me the graphics did not update as quickly as they should have, and I kind of didn't realize what the draw was, so I missed the action there. I apologize. I think Hamul probably docked my pay for that one. That's why I miss having Josh in the booth along with me. Josh Mock, who said hi earlier, who, if I understand correctly, is playing at the second table tonight, was there to, we were there for each other a couple of weeks ago, whereas, we had good conversations and back and forth discussions about the best ways we felt in that particular situation to play a hand, but also he caught me when I was not able to, when I was making errors and missing stuff. So come back, Josh, help me. All right. So Jet, nice lead out here, drawing to a 6-4-3-2, very strong 4 cards. An ace-5 or even a 7 is probably going to be a winning hand. So you look at that as having 12 outs and 3 draws to do it. Plus, you're going to only be drawing 1, and most everybody else is going to be drawing more than 1. So you've taken control of the hand. Raise it up, play it strong. Dave 3-betting there, which, again, I'm unsure if that's the right play or not. I know an ace-deuce-4 is a very strong 3 card. That's as strong a 3 card as you can have. But I don't know if you're supposed to 3-bet and draw 2. Be interesting for me to find out. Anybody knows, just go ahead. If any of our 10 viewers knows, go ahead and tell me in chat, please. All right. See, Dave drew the 9, right? So now he's kind of, what's he going to do with the 9? Very interesting, because that's not a great hand. He bet. Bill called. Jet's obviously going to call. So now Dave's got a decision. He knows Jet's not made yet. So he's going to stay pat with the 9 and hope both the other people brick. And Jet did not brick. Jet got there with the 7. Now David knows his 9's dead.
6-4-3-2.
But if I'm not okay, that was the last draw, right? Yeah.
No.
Get all the face cards. EBO.
Yeah.
That says there's no bathroom break
7:30?
game.
All right.
Studs for. Stud games. So I can just go to the
I
bathroom.
won't have any disparagement of stud games here.
You guys didn't go. Wait, you didn't go to WSOP.
No.
Did you guys? Oh, my bad.
So again, I'm gonna try to keep quiet when the players are talking loud enough for us to hear. So see what they're talking about. See if there's anything interesting. And you guys are probably tired of listening to me by this point anyway.
I'm like, what are you guys doing?
What are the
Did you
bathroom
notice?
breaks?
Just any stud game, any game.
Some people like stud games.
No, I'm saying it's a bathroom break game, but they would put it in. You're supposed to break it apart. Does that make sense? So then you have more.
I don't know why you consider it a bathroom break. Because
Because it's Andy's. Oh, you can't do that.
I am interested to see how Chris is going to play this. He called a 3-bet with a 9-8, and you could either stay pat with a 9-8 and just hope it gets through and people brick out their draws, or you would draw 2. I don't think you would ever just draw 1 to an 8. So I'm curious how Chris is going to play that. Everybody else looks like they have pretty standard.
3-2.
Jet's going to take 2 to a 6. David's going to take 2 to a nice 4-3-2. And Steve will take 3 to a 5. So Chris did decide to break. I think that was the right play. I just, I was kind of surprised. No, it wasn't.
These two are in.
Misspoke there. Yeah, I think he's pretty much going to play it that way all the time.
Spot on.
Very expensive.
Probably over read into the hand. It was probably pretty obvious the way to play it. Although I guess maybe calling a 3-bet, drawing 2 to a 6-5. Not GTO, but we're only playing 10-20. We're having fun, right? So Steve now has picked up a draw to a 6-5, perfect, and David's drawing to a 6. So pretty similar draws. Chris improved to a 6-5-3 draw. Oh no, I'm sorry. He broke his 8-9 to start, so he had that 6-5-3 and hence failed to improve. I'm gonna draw 2 again, and this is where we get in the limit where, with the 3-bets early, that you build up a pot that's big enough that people are going to call their second and third draws, even if their odds of hitting are not that great, because their pot odds are, right? I mean, the way I look at pot odds, if you have $1 million in the pot, you're going to call $10 no matter what you have. Even if the other guy shows your beat, you'd always call $10. So you're always at this kind of place where if there's $100 and you're calling 10, you're getting 10 to 1 odds. If there's only $30 and you're calling 10, you're only getting 3 to 1. So you're always going to calculate the amount of money that you have an opportunity to win into your equation of whether it's correct to call the bet or not.
Okay, odds are in your favor. For sure.
Only the top board.
Yeah,
only the
because
top board.
So just remember, only
Yeah,
place
Steve and
your
Chris.
cards out of your
Only
hand
the top board earns you a golden ticket.
and look for the nuts. That's all. Look for the nuts.
Screen this one up here.
Yeah.
The closer one to us.
Split pump.
High on the high, top
Yeah.
board and high.
Yeah.
I'm playing the rest of the hands blind. I really am.
I mean, it's Omaha High. You can any 4 cards or 2, really.
Could you make this 5 card or no? Can't do it.
That's crazy.
All right.
So, yeah,
Yeah,
we can do it, but-
No, they do on the.
Are we?
No.
I missed the game change. If I'm not mistaken, we started with Badugi, so I
will
think
get to
we
not
would be
watching
back to
14 poker
Badugi.
than necessary. Hi.
Hey.
Do you think you're gonna do best here? Yeah, right.
No.
The softer.
Oh,
I haven't looked.
I think we're playing a new game. I think we're playing double board Omaha.
I know.
If I did
Okay, if you look at the graphics on the right, it looks like there's 2 boards coming. So I think we're playing. Yep, we're playing double board Omaha, right? So
The board that's
you are trying to get the best.
Okay.
Wait, let me make sure we're not playing best.
No, it's from the dealer's perspective, so it's this one.
I got my wish. I smashed the top board.
All right. Sorry, I'm not sure what we are playing yet.
You are.
I saw the double board. I see two boards, right? So everybody gets 4 cards. Again, you're going to have to play 2 cards from your hand
I wish.
and 3 from the
I
board.
have no diamond.
And you can do that on either board. You can't mix the boards. But I'm not sure if we're playing high only or we're playing best best. And if we're playing best best, that would be the best possible low and the best possible high. Okay, I'm being told this is double board high only.
Check call.
All right. So it looks like Brian has a straight on the top board. Chris has a full house on the bottom, and they are going to chop it up.
Chop, chop.
Chop it up.
Chop it up.
So you got one.
So you got your knit button, huh? You would have got your knit button, right?
He's got a straight. Oh, you would have full house? Wow.
What'd you have, like 6-5 or?
Just straddle, see?
Maybe take it down.
All right, I'll do that.
All right. Double board, Omaha high only.
Two-thirds of what you'd have to pay us if you.
Hamul does have a night. I'm not sure which night. If you're interested, they do play double board PLO
Before you even get there.
as a game where, as opposed to this, which is 10-20 limit poker. So the maximum bet is 20.
Yeah.
Raise is 20 more. 3 bets is 20 more.
Chris is giving away
Pot limit, you can wager the amount of the pot. So if there's 200 in the pot, you can bet 200 more. If there's 400 in the pot, you can bet 400. So makes for a higher agreeable.
I'll let you boys fight. I'll collect my $5 either way.
Defense over there.
Give Steve the bottom board.
He raised.
All right. May the top
No, Gus
flop
would
be
say
with you.
re-raise to isolate, but
Oh,
hey, you never know what's coming.
Brian just used my favorite Omaha term, re-raise to isolate. It's especially effective in pot limit, but we always kid when somebody raises and then you re-raise because a lot of hands in Omaha play better when you're only heads up or you thin the field. You're not up against 4 or 5 different hands. Other drawing hands in Omaha, you want as many possible players in there. Like if you have a run and you're going after a run or a suit or something like that. If you have aces or kings, usually you want to isolate and get down to fewer people so that the made part of your hand is going to be work a lot better. All right, so we got 5 people to the flop here, and we got 2 different boards. So it's going to be tough for me to figure out what everybody's got going on. So we'll just kind of play it by ear. Top board, it looks like nothing for nobody. I guess ace queen is leading. There are 2 clubs on the board. Steve's got the only club draw. On the bottom, there's being a pair on the bottom. It looks like a $10 bet scared out most of the field. Again, Chris is probably the smartest one here because even though he didn't have much of anything, he was only calling $10 for an $80-$90 pot, and there was still 2 cards to come. And he actually got to see the river for free there. So now he ends up with the nut hearts on a board. Even though it's paired, he can still call. And on the other hand, he actually wins the other pot by his ace king. So I think Chris scoops there.
What's the top one? He's got a pair of jacks.
So Chris called the 10 with absolutely nothing just because of pot odds. And in double board with having 2 turns and 2 rivers, he got decent turns and got the river for free because Steve didn't continue bet. So just that was kind of interesting hand. The other 3 players, I don't know how they would have come out because I don't remember all their cards, but
You said you're going to struggle on this one.
Chris was the only one that called the $10, just knowing that there was that much more potential to the hand, and got there for both sides. So that $10 ended up winning him a $110 pot. or $90, whatever it was.
What do you want on the top?
No. He had a king. King on the board.
I had Jack 8.
He had jacks.
You guys still want to play the Babbo game?
Yeah, keep it going.
Oh.
I don't know why it's called Bambo.
All right, looks like we got 10 viewers. How about somebody saying something in chat? Any questions? Anybody interested in coming to the game? Anybody want to tell me what an idiot I am for something I said or have done in the past?
I know who he is. I don't know why the game is named after him.
It's not. Nick game.
Curious who's out there.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I wanted to call him. He's on the timer. He's good.
And if it drops from 10 to 9, I'll know what's up.
His name is Joey.
I've seen him.
So if anybody is there that hasn't played in the Hamul Thursday night mixed game, please feel free to ask, and we'll get you in contact with the people. You can come in, buy in for $100 if you want, and just kind of learn some new games.
He's in Vegas.
All right, so Bill calling with a pair of 8s and a suited king, reasonable. Always calling with a suited ace, double diesel. Jet with a really nice Omaha hand. Queen, Jack, 10, 9, double suited is a really, really strong. That's like one of the best hands you're going to look at in Omaha. That doesn't include aces or kings, right? And a double board. See right there, he flops a complete wrap with clubs. Under the bottom board, he's got top pair with 3 overs. So, what else? Other people have David's got not much. Steve's got not much. Bill missed getting a set. He does have open-ended on the top, but an open-ended draw to the bottom half of the straight is not as good. If he had 8-10, it would be much better. On top of which, there's already 2 clubs. So a club not being good takes his 8 outs into 6. And even if he gets there, he's not sure if his straight's good. So see what happens. Oh, but then I'll shut up because Bill just spiked trip 6s on the bottom, which is going to be good for half unless somebody improves. And his trip 6s. Oh wait, the 3-5 gets there for a straight. Bill leads out thinking his trips are. Oh yep, Bill leads out thinking his trips are going to be good, and just has a pair of kings on the top. Jet unfortunately missed a round of everything on the top and is going to be folding, which he does. Steve calls with the straight. And I think they're going to chop it up because I think a pair of kings on the top is going to hold up for half. So Steve ended up with a straight on a paired board, so it's not particularly strong. And he had nothing on the other board, where Bill just had a set on one board and top pair, bad kicker on the other board. Really kind of less than average strength double board Omaha hands. But the way Bill played it aggressively, he almost had a chance to scoop there because he was playing aggressively. And if Steve hadn't caught the straight on the river, then he would have scooped. So well played by Bill, in my opinion. All right, I see we just went from 10 to 11 viewers. Who's the new person? Let's see somebody in chat say something.
What did I miss? Chris is a big donor.
No, Steve lost.
Steve lost?
All right, I scared off the 11th person. We're back to 10.
What a scumbag.
All right.
Why would tell you?
Maybe Hamul can tell me which night, but Hamul does offer the double board PLO game if you guys are ever interested. It looks like we have now switched to, nope, we're still on double board. I didn't see the graphics for the 2 boards like there has been earlier, so we'll see what happens. And again, we haven't been doing the mixed stream very long, so there still are some graphics and software glitches or issues that we're working on.
I did.
And Bill, with a nice kings and sevens, just takes it down.
You and me.
Oh,
Nobody else had much to play with.
But I didn't know if you were actually. My best hand there was a pair of deuces.
no, that's all right.
With a deuce on the top drawer.
I always love having two different
Keep that one.
pairs when you're playing Omaha.
Network's
If
already.
I'm not
Network's already
mistaken, I
got my
think your possibility of flopping a set is somewhere around 25% when you have two pairs in your hand.
barely
And
have
if you
to do
have
anything for study.
two boards, that's 25% each board. I don't think that makes you 50%. I think there's some kind of weird math there involved, but I would think you're somewhere over 35 to 40%
I
to
know. That's
flop a
what I'm
set on
asking.
one board or the other
Yeah, so
when you have two
yeah,
pairs in your
all
hand.
right.
I know what that means. Means I got the top.
Keep wanting to play. I'm like, oh, but there's two boards. They're like, nah. All right, give me my
All
cards
right,
back.
got a nice.
Definitely give me my cards.
I guess you could go 08.
Sorry, they got rid of the cards there.
Go low.
Okay, they're back.
Low
I was
fours.
gonna say the.
You know, I take it back.
Sorry,
I'll
Check this one.
I don't know how to commentate without seeing the cards. Oh, they're back. Okay, so I was gonna say Steve had the nice Jack 987 rundown.
Yeah.
Uh,
Fun. I like that.
Bill's always going to call with a pair, a couple overs. A double diesel with a suited ace, which I mentioned earlier, is always good. And a pair, you never know when you're going to spike a set. And so with this flop, two pair for Steve.
This is the board I needed.
Bill catches second pair and open ender.
Instead, I have queen.
So now Steve has a straight plus three pair on the bottom board. He has two pair on the top board with a gutter. Bill, again, with the open-ended on the bottom and a pair of queens, second pair on the top.
Didn't seem like a very good.
Double diesel.
Look at that. Third off those four.
I guess he's just calling for the top pair. Hey, Luigi, yes, this is 10-20 limit. So,
7, 8, 9.
yeah,
Oh,
I
what
think
a
there was no raises pre-flop. Oh, stacks. I'm sorry. Yeah, everybody, like 2 weeks ago we had a stream and everybody called in for like 1,500 or 1,800. But there's a better view of the stacks. If you see seats 1 and 8 both have a little more than the guys in the middle, it's because the chips have kind of moved their way over there. I think most people. I think the lowest starting stack was 500 and the highest was 1,000.
That would have been, if it was a 10, it would have been a full house.
And I'm not sure how well the if you see the numbers underneath them, I'm not sure how well they match up to the actual
Just calling for a 10.
amounts won and lost. Because if I'm not mistaken, the raises and the pots are being manually entered as we are doing the thing, so it's not automatically generated. Are you a mixed game player, Luigi?
Oh, thank God it took a turn out. All right. See some preseason.
Check.
Yeah, Luigi, you should come check it out sometime. Or if you're at Hamul just playing No Limit and you want to come over, everybody at the table would be happy to talk you through whatever game we're playing. They would show you the placard. They'd be like, okay, this is a game. We're all used to No Limit Hold'em players coming by and just checking us out and seeing what, oh, what are you playing over there? Why do you get so many cards? What are you drawing to? Oh, what do you need here? And then you never know. We've got some regulars now that just came by, and thought they would check it out. Next thing you know, they're hooked.
And I have
I got the nut flush on the other
He
board.
has nuts.
So.
He has nuts.
And so again, that we're just here. We're just playing double board, high only Omaha. 2 cards from your hand, 3 on the board, combined to make the best 5-card hand. And we're playing 2 separate boards. So the best possible hand on one board, and then you can use 2 separate cards in your hand for the other board
I
if
got
you
30
need,
bucks.
or the same 2.
you've won 2 already, so it's only cost you 20, really.
Yeah.
Do you play out at Hamul, Luigi, or do you play elsewhere? And are you in the San Diego area? All right. I like the raise from Jet.
These are good cards
The
to
Queen
play.
Jack 10 is pretty strong, but then he's got 2 suits, right? He's got hearts and spades. So all that combined under the gun, you know, these are nice drawing hands, but you want to generate some money into the pot, because if you get there, you don't want to get there for nothing. And bingo, he flops a full house in the bottom board. He's probably going to call. Bill there has what looks like a really nice hand. He's got open-ended with top pair, top kicker on the bottom. And we've had some pretty average hands win. And here he's going to be drawing very, very slim, if not almost dead. On the top board, it looks like the 5-6 open-ended draw from Brian with top pair is going to be the best. And Brian probably knows he's only going for that board at this point. And then Brian gets there with the full house on the top, and Jet has a full house on the bottom, and Bill's kind of stuck in the middle. So see there, Bill called, and I'm pretty sure Brian's going to raise.
Yeah,
All right, I got
Yeah.
10.
So Jet there was at where he thought, pretty sure Jet goes, I'm not going to raise Brian because I'm only getting one half. And if I raise Brian, then I'm probably going to chase Bill off. So I'm just going to call the 20 from Brian, and then Bill's going to have to call. And that way, Brian and I are going to chop up $20 more from Bill and $10 each. Whereas if I raise, Bill's going to fold,
Just give me 10.
and then Brian's going to, then I'm going to call Brian, or Brian's going to call, and we're just going to chop it up. Because, that's how you play double board. Hey, got you, Luigi. I like Oceans. It's a nice big room there. They used to have really good cheap food. Now I guess the food's gone up a little bit, but it's still nice. I used to go out there all the time. But I was living more towards South County. So, and then the mixed game is just so much better, in my opinion, to have fun. I did used to go up to Oceans and play that Friday night. They have a mixed PLO, double board, Omaha, and Big O game. That's a lot of fun, but also it's a little bigger stakes and some really good players. So when it turned out to be a 45-minute drive, I kind of don't want to go 45 minutes out of my way to play against really, really good players for a lot of money. Whereas I can go out 35 minutes east of Hamul, play with a lot of guys that are just having fun, and you win or lose a little bit of money, and it's really fun, and you don't stress, and you just have a good time.
Yeah, he'll give you all his accomplishments.
All right, so we got 5 cards here. We must just switch games, and I didn't notice because I was enjoying talking to myself and hoping Luigi was still listening.
For my other half of my call of the big blind, let alone the other 2.
Pretty sure I played this wrong, but it's not.
It's good to be the king.
I don't really like this.
All right, we're playing Big O now. So Big O is, earlier we were playing Omaha 8, and that was a 4-card version of this game, which is just adding an extra card. Hence Big O, Big Omaha. Again, a split pot game. You're going to play 2, or there's going to be a high and a low, but the low only if there's a qualifier. You play 2 from your hand, 3 from the board. And you're going to need 5 cards, 8 or lower. Ace can be low or high in this game, and they can't be a pair. So 8, 7, 6, 5, 4 would be the worst possible low, but that's still a low. So a low is going to win half, and a high win half if there's a low qualifier. If not, the high handle scoop.
Thanks.
Yeah, I hear you, Luigi. If I lived closer to Oceanside, I'd probably play up at Oceans more. But
You have a queen?
you know, I hate Friday's the day I want to go up there, and if I go up there, traffic's just I can catch traffic even at 2:30 on a Friday, and then if somehow I get busted early and I got to get back into traffic at like 8 o'clock and go home, a big loser. That's that's just a bad experience. So the mole's nicer because if I lose, which first off, it's limit, so you can just reload, and it's tough to get killed so much you're going to quit. But then even if you come back, there's no traffic. All right, so big O hands. Bill's calling from early position with 3 cards to a low 6 and a pair of 9s. Oh, I didn't realize the races were going on. Yeah, Del Mar makes things crazy. All right, David checks with trip 8s. Be nice if we were playing crazy 8s right now, but trip 8s are not good in high-low. They're 8s and 9s are really bad cards. 8s, 9s, 10s. You want high or low cards, preferably. I think the best possible Omaha high-low big O game hand would be ace, ace, deuce, 3 king, or ace, ace, deuce, king, king, something like that with 2 suits. So anything in the 8, 9, 10 range is usually just trash. But when you're in the blind and you have to call, you have to call. And then he flops a flush draw and gets there with his flush, and somehow he's going to win with trip 8s in his hand. Unless somebody got a full house. The 10, the 10-4. 10's full of 4. Hey, Jeremy, I'm Gus. I played the mixed game at Hamul for a few years, and then I recently moved back to North Carolina for a while. So they just asked me to commentate. Happy to hear any kind of constructive criticism or just general abuse. We're always happy to hear chat. Make sure you guys are paying attention. Correct, Luigi. Not all streets, though. In a flop game, pre-flop and after the flop's going to be a max of 10. So you can bet 10, raise 20, raise 30, cap at 40. On after the turn and river, the bet's going to be 20, raise 40, raise 60, cap, 4 bets of 80. In triple draw games, kind of the same concept. Before the draw and after the draw, the max bet's 10, 4 bets max, and then after the second and third draws, 20. Stud, kind of divided up the same way, except there's 5 streets of betting. But then when you do get heads up, when the like after the draw, if going into the next action, going into the turn or the river, or going into the second or third draw, if your head's up, there is no cap. So you can bet as many as you want. Before then, there's a 4 bet cap.
Yeah, 3 versus 2.
Hey, DNA, good to hear. I really appreciate some feedback. It's glad to know someone's listening, and I'm not just talking to myself. And I, not necessarily a pro, but I have played these games quite a bit, and I do feel like I have at least a rudimentary, grasp of the basic strategies to the game. And I do have some spots where, I might play differently than the book would tell you. And then also, I like to have fun. So I like coming there, and I like the people I play with, and sometimes you just want to raise somebody up because you're being ornery, right?
If I called that last flop, I definitely should have called it.
Yes, Luigi. Heads up, you can just keep betting.
But
Now, to clarify, you can't do that. Like, say it's the second draw and there's 3 players, and you lead out, and the second guy folds, and the third guy raises. You're capped at 4. But then if you go to the last draw and your heads up, at that point it turns uncapped.
2 versus 1. Let's go.
Trying to buy his way out.
And if you guys have never played Hold'em, I mentioned it, or never played Mix. I did mention this before. If you don't want to invest a couple $100 to come out and learn the hard way, please feel free to come play Hold'em and then just pop over every little bit or pop over for 15 or 20 minutes and ask us what the games are, and we will give you our honest opinion. We'll tell you the rules, the basics of the game. And I won't be sitting there telling you, hey, I feel like a Jack Badugie's great in this spot. You always got to raise. I'll tell you, like, hey, a Jack's like going to lose most of the time there. We're all pretty honest people, and again, we're not playing, for our rent money. We're out there to have a good time. Some of us like to grind away a little bit of a win. Others of us are just happy to go out and drink beer and lose a couple $100 and consider it entertainment.
Sure, my boat helps, but the Kings were good.
Yes, exactly, Luigi. It's called Big O. You can lots of places play this pot limit rather than limit, but it also plays very well as a limit game. So it's Omaha 8, but with an extra card.
Yeah. Ace is full of kings.
Go.
All right. So double diesel with a decent high and low hand. The ace 5's kind of marginal, but the Bill's got 3 wheel cards, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 4 wheel cards, 2, 3, 4, 5. I might even come raising with that to start, but not his flop. And double diesel flops the nut straight.
Wasn't a great.
Steve getting kind of, I guess, stubborn there with the king. And I guess he was just trying to think that maybe double diesel didn't have high cards like he did, but double diesel hit the nuts on the flop Broadway, and it never got beat. And again, you need 3 cards on the board that are 8 or lower in order to have a low possible. So there was no low possible here. So the high wins. And it looks like Steve just didn't believe double diesel. I don't know why. Maybe they played against each other before, and double diesel's known to bluff him in that spot.
I'll buy one of your.
Doing well.
Where do you know double diesel from, DNA? I don't think I think I might have played with him once or so before I left. He looks familiar, but I can't recall.
Oh yeah, time flops.
Yeah. But like, I never pay. Like in 4 hours, I never pay.
Oh dude, those used to be brutal, man.
Oh yeah, he caught like 3 of them. Yeah, he got. It was like it was like $56, and I'm like, I do not want like.
The worst I've seen is someone paid 5 times in a row.
Oh man.
That's just so bad. Like
It is gross.
I don't.
It's not cheap either.
Right, it's not cheap. That's what makes
Yeah.
it like.
It's like $80.
Yeah, it's really not fun. Like, it made me want like. I was free rolling it, which is great, but I'm like, I would rather just pay $8.
Interesting, DNA.
Also, we're in
You guys bike ride around San Diego, I guess? Like up and down the
Does all the
over by La Jolla. I used to work at UCSD. I saw all those bikers going down there.
Start gambling.
Tilting extra tilt,
Yeah.
added tilt.
Hey, Coffee, I don't know. Are they streaming the Wednesday games? I will ask Hamul right now if they can give us a response to that. Or they might even be able to just answer you directly in chat.
You had a bad high.
Oh yeah.
Take one more street.
You're less likely to.
You had like queen, king, queen, jack, deuce.
You got to expose the deuce. And you don't
That's
bet
cool,
it.
DNA. I used to do a little bit of biking, probably not anywhere like you guys do, but used to live out in the mountains, out in Idaho and Wyoming. Used to like getting out on my bike.
Say 3 tens with a deuce.
And then I lived in Coronado before I left San Diego a couple of months ago. But
Yeah.
they have a nice little bike trail around the island there.
Something like that.
Yeah,
Oh.
quads are pretty good.
That's a strong ride there, DNA. What's that?
Even ditch the queen.
Claremont Mesa to Carlsbad and back would be what, 50 miles?
Instead high low?
40 miles maybe?
Not instead high low regular.
Give me that knit.
No, Carlsbad. Whoa. Yeah, 50 miles.
I'm clear. That was a great.
I was never that big.
Quads on that was fantastic.
Quads
Yeah,
will do
I
it.
don't know.
Like I said, Jeanette's the goat. She's the real.
It's probably a terrible call by me.
Okay, Coffee, thank you for the question. If I'm pronouncing coffee right, sorry if I'm not, but I think Hamul's going to get back to me. I asked them to answer your question and or tell me in the private chat. Oh, there you go. Oh.
I
Yeah.
mean, like you should have an ace.
I was debating if I should even raise that because I wasn't double suited ace. I had no real good low.
Yeah, so I'm not sure, Coffee. Hopefully I'll hear. Oh, there you go.
Every low in the world got
There's your answer.
Which also made aces full, which meant my sixes full is extra stupid.
Oh wow, yeah, I know about ROM. I had no idea. That's huge.
Shit, I guess so.
I remember seeing videos of those guys like out there in the middle of the night in the middle of Kansas with a broken tire, like just breaking down mentally and physically. That's just a crazy race.
Good thinking
All right, so we got poker going on here. Still playing Big O.
I mean, it was double suited.
I guess the ace 3, 4, 6, 7 is pretty decent hand. Here's why so many people like playing any hand in Big O, because you can have something ace king 8, 8, 6, and it's not even that great, but you pop quads and a king. Problem is he hit the flop so damn strong he can't do anything, because if he bets, nobody else can have pocket kings, and then his eights are better. So he checked the flop very well. Now he's hoping that somebody hit pocket tens there, and all they had was somebody was just taking a stab at the pot there. So he raised and just crushed everybody. But at least he got an extra bet and a call on the turn. So well played on the flop there by Bill. Maybe even want to call the just call again. But if somebody's got pocket tens, he might even get more bets in there.
I don't think I was double suited.
Yeah, hey DNA, no big deal. We've only got this is just like the game we're playing, right? People get distracted. You have to tell them it's their turn. Other people are having beers and having fun. We're all just here to learn and have a good time. So I'm interested in hearing what you have to say. It's good to get some people in chat talking. So we got Coffee's question answered about the stream, and more than happy to talk about bike riding with you. That guy that won the tour again this year is just a monster, huh? What's he? I want to say he's Slovenian. I was thinking that like Slovenia's got Luka Doncic, and they got Hodegar or whatever his name is. Oh, where are you a dealer, DNA? All right. Any good-looking hands here? I think the Ace-Jack 10-8-3 is pretty decent. He's got a nice wrap. Again, the 8's always going to be a problem, but he's got 3 Broadway cards, and an Ace-3 is the second nut low draw. Really nice flop for him. He got clubs there. It's tough for me to see. All right, I get a big screen here, and
Check.
Ace deuce.
3 sixes?
Needed
yeah. So
needed a
from
river.
what I understand, Coffee, we're going to work on getting commentators for the no limit games, but it might be a bit.
I love this idea. I'm gonna introduce this to Vegas or the next game, or everyone's gonna love it. Punish all you.
Oh, that's cool, DNA.
Team
I didn't
zone.
know there was a lot of places around San Diego. Yeah, that's a good time. That's a great chat comment because
Or something. Okay.
it's a really good opportunity to give a shout out to Jeanette, who is dealing right now.
Wanna do-
Um, the mixed game, we used to have 3 dealers, and 2 of them have left. I think a couple other have been
like that.
kind of coached a little bit on how to. But Jeanette is one of the few dealers that does know how to deal all of the mixed games. She hardly ever makes mistakes.
Oh, we better
She's
drop her
really
next
just
order.
tremendous.
Good game,
She's
Badugi.
fast. She's
Fantasy draft. We
funny.
should do that.
She's like part of the crew. We like just we would hang out with her even if even if she wasn't the best dealer ever.
You'd be one for
So
I
one.
saw Steve
really
do
good,
in
really
Vegas.
great dealer.
What?
I'm not sure how much Hamul is looking for new Hold'em dealers, but I think that it would never hurt to give him a call and come by and bring in an application or fill out an application, I should say.
Go ahead.
Oh, right, because it's not about how much you win. It's like how many pot chips. You want to play a lot of hands. Even if you're like a dog. The side bet's got to be big enough. So what limits are you playing with that? Is that the 80, 160? So like 160 a person's kind of small.
All righty. Okay, Bill with ace deuce, and the ace deuce is suited. I raise 100% of the time if I have ace deuce suited. In addition to that, he has a queen jack suited, which makes the hand stronger because he has,
That's crazy.
now he has 2 different suits that are probably going to win. Of course, you could lose to the king or ace high flush, but usually, it's going to be pretty good. Oh, and I apologize. I am commentating the wrong game. We switched from Big O to Badugi, and then I caught myself because we only have 4 cards. Brian catches a nice 8 Badugi after just 1 draw. That's going to be pretty strong. Double Diesel catches a jack, and he has what we call a convertible. Again, that's why a convertible is you got a hand that's made, but if you decide to convert it into a drawing hand, which he wisely did, he realized that a jack's seldom ever going to be good there, and he's got a really, really good 3-card draw.
Well, I had one.
Brian's going to
Threw it away
keep
and I got
firing
another
with
one.
it. 8 always. And then Jet unfortunately catches a jack, and he's going to be tough for him to ever break
5, 4, 3,
that,
3.
even though now that Brian stays pat.
That's a good draw.
5, 4, 2, 3. Yeah.
5,
Okay,
4, 3.
he just took it down there.
4, 3. 5, 4,
So
2.
I didn't
5,
see
4,
the
2.
action
5, 4, 3.
exactly, but
Whichever one.
I'm thinking Brian bet the river,
No, it's
and
first.
Jet
He's
just
like-
folded the jack.
I think last
Nothing
time I
higher
had to
than
wait
the
for
5.
a second.
Oh,
I know it's hard. That level of patience
yeah,
is
straddle.
difficult to. On the flip side, I'm already on my second buy-in.
Black.
So
3, 4.
before we get too wrapped up in clearing a $5,
Right.
lest we forget. I'd happily be paying out 30 in a head.
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, DNA.
30 out of
I don't think that's how you
better
spell
than
his last
getting
name, but it's
your
John.
buy-in back.
No, I had a
Uh,
2 to start, so it's
Roquefort,
542.
something like
Right.
that. I'll look it up real quick.
542.
I should know how to spell it. I was just talking to him earlier.
Call.
You still up 200? Up 100 and
All
something?
right.
That's what
Earlier,
you're
Jason was talking a lot. Now, the one time I try to get quiet, and he's not even talking. I mean, he must have a big hand. You play with Jason a lot. He gets serious when he has a. Actually, he doesn't even have that big a hand. I'm just making stuff up. So he's throwing 1 to a 7, reasonable. Steve's. What is Steve doing? I can't see Steve's fourth card. Steve must have a made 9. He must have a heart in there.
Check.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Shit.
Hey, Luigi. Yeah, that's a great comment. Like I've been kind of trying to emphasize, there is a lot of variance. Don't get me wrong there, but the variance is definitely muted by its limit, and you can only play big hands and not lose a lot of money. That being said, everybody's going to know you have a big hand, and you're not going to maximize your winnings if you play tight.
20 bucks.
Plus, everybody's going to be drawing against you, so you can always lose. So you can go on really, really bad runs, but it's never going to be like you're never losing $300 in a pot. It's always your exposure is always
We're all
capped.
gonna see it later anyway, Jason.
That was the
One of your
Luigi,
cards?
you're right again. I usually buy in
He
for
showed one.
that's
420,
Badugi. Like those
440,
guys
something
want.
like that. Maybe
You can afford
420,
a pair.
and that
We'll
usually
see it
lasts
later.
me the
We'll see
night.
it when we get home.
If I
Want me to show
rebuy, I
you
buy in
all
for
of it?
300
Okay,
more
let me
usually,
show
3 or
you the
400
card
more,
that is the Doogie.
We'll see.
and
Don't
it's
worry.
Wait till you
very
see it later.
seldom
An hour and
I've
40
maybe
Show
minutes.
you
lost
that is the
$1,000
Doogie. Oh, yeah,
twice
oh, yeah, you're
in
controlling that.
2 or 3 years,
Feels like a king.
and I've those nights I was drinking quite a
That is
bit.
part of the
So
doogie, right? What's the other part?
you can come with $400 or $500 and play most of the night,
The seven
play
Doogie.
6 or 8 hours,
That's where the button goes?
Yeah.
and have a good time.
Oh shit! I didn't even notice that. That makes sense.
It just looked like a pattern.
Yeah, it's for the
I
game.
literally thought that was just part of their. Oh yeah, yeah. I literally thought that was part of their. What's it called?
All right.
Water droplets or something.
Yeah, like a pattern.
I was going to say that the Jack 964 is kind of a marginal hand, but Bill, again, likes to play. Nothing wrong with that. Jason with a really, or Jet, I guess he's going by, with a really good 2-3-4-3 card. David's sticking around to draw 2 to a 3-5, which is it's kind of marginal, but he was in the small blind already, so it wasn't that much more. Well, I guess it was. I guess the pot odds weren't really there, but with that many players, you're drawing. Again, it's a triple draw game, so you have a lot of opportunity
I don't know
to
what time it is, so I just made that up.
improve your hand. In addition, we've been playing for a few hours now, and as natural at any poker game, the longer you play, the kind of looser you start playing. So, Jet still with the best 3 card. And again, this is usually a 4-card game, but when you don't have 4, nobody has 4 cards of all the different suits that aren't paired. Nobody has a true Badugi, then the best 3 card wins. And again, you're trying for the lowest. Ace, deuce, 3, 4. Rainbow is the best possible. So a 2-3-4 is a very strong 3 card. And if everybody else is still drawing, especially if they're drawing 2, you got to think at this point in the game, your hand's best. And there you go. So Jet did bet out, thinking, okay, my 3-card 4 is good. And he was right. Now, Steve made a correct call to draw 1 because Jet's still drawing. So it's going to depend. If neither improve, Jet's going to win. And if either one gets there, they're probably going to win.
God damn it.
And I can't see what Steve drew. Because, again, the graphics don't work after the
7-6, perfect.
What'd you catch? 7? Damn it. Nice hand. Knew I should have folded.
and you see that Jason with the good commentary on himself. He knows he should have folded. He didn't improve to a Badugi. So again, he had the best 3 card, and he just wanted to be right there. He wanted to be good. He thought that there was enough money in the pot that calling one more bet, he had at least an 8-1 shot or 7-1 shot with his pot odds that Steve was trying to
He
bluff
only
him.
had to call because he
Because
bluffed
Steve's
me. He was
never
checking you.
he's never betting a 3 card there, I don't think. Even if he has an ace deuce 3, the nut 3 card, I don't think he would bet into Jason having raised and showed strength earlier, only drawing 1. I don't think he would ever raise into him if he didn't get there with at least a doogie.
Race.
All right. What we got? Looks like Jason again has the best 3 card. Let's see how it works out for him this time. Last time he ended up on the short end of the stick. A double diesel, I think, is definitely going to call draw 1 to a 7. Bill loves to play. No, God love him. I like the guy that plays every hand. I'm the same way, and he draws really nice there. He draws. Now he's got a 3-card 6, or he's got a made queen, which he is like. Again, we can call that a convertible. He can convertible it from a made queen into a drawing hand. I would think he's probably going to break and draw. Brian would be drawing 2 more to a 3-4. I think maybe he'll stick around. Again, this is the beauty of limit is if there's a raise pre-flop and you get $100, $120 in there, and then now you only have to call 10 more dollars into that big pot. It doesn't matter if you're drawing really, really poorly. You have a chance. Say you only have a 10% chance and you're getting 10-1 odds. That's a call.
Unbelievable.
No one believes you. You are unbelievable. Prevent a very unconvincing case, sir.
Gonna believe on the river.
All right, let's see what the draws come. Steve leads out again. I'm not sure if that graphic is right.
If you already have your golden ticket, you don't have to bluff that. Sorry.
I guess there must be a draw left. Sorry, I was messaging somebody and missed exactly what happened, but
I want to make it.
it makes sense for Steve to lead out if he's drawn to a 6-2-1. If that was the last draw and he's just trying to bluff into 4 people, oh my goodness, he got away with it. He got away with it. And guys, this is what I was just talking about. Pot odds. Steve just bet $20 into a $260 pot. And 4 people folded to him, and he had I guess the 3rd best hand maybe. I don't know whether that's reputation or such a next level move that everybody's going, there's no way he's
Don't
bluffing
try to
into
one
four
up this. I
people
know the
there.
next one you're gonna
But
have
that was tremendous. Steve made off like a bandit there, and you can hear Jet kicking himself by not calling for just
Well, I
one
figured
bet.
one of us would make a doogie, or it's 5 people in a one draw each.
See, and Jason explained it really well there. You got to figure 5 people drawing one, somebody's going to get there, and they didn't. And Steve, just with the genius lead out of $20, takes home a $250 pot
Have fun.
because nobody looked him up.
Three. Oh man. All right, it's hard to make a doogie. Cut that.
That's like next level limit right there, people.
Oh, it will be at the end. You guys got
It's
to get
when
there.
you know you're playing well enough with
I don't think you
people,
guys are gonna get
you
there.
know. I don't know if you guys ever
Yeah,
seen that.
everybody break
There's
out
that
one
graph
draws
on a meme online where the guy on the left's like the really stupid guy, and then it's the curve, the
Okay.
standard deviation curve, and the guy on the top is the one that overthinks everything, and then the guy on the right is the genius. The dumb guy would have been like, no, I got to call 20 into 240. And then the genius would be like, well, there's always a chance that he's bluffing here. So I'm getting 10 to 1 odds, and I know my 3 card holds up this amount of time, and blah, blah, blah. So he calls. And the guy on the top's going like, well, shoot, there's no way this guy would ever bluff $20 into 280, and therefore, blah, blah, blah. And this overthinks it, right? When the genius and the idiot both would have called there. So Steve like read his audience perfectly and found everybody out thinking themselves and just took down a huge pot with a single bet. Really, really, really interesting next level play there.
Threw the wrong card away.
All right, looks like Diesel has a great draw to a 4.
Had you.
And I think after what we just saw, that no one's folding a 3-card 4 the rest of the night.
You know what? I'll take two.
Bill, as always, is going to stick around. Drawing 2 to an ace-3 is never bad, though.
Sure, I'll
See
take
what
a
the
free
action
river check
is.
too. King Doogie.
Brian's got a king and is going to take it down.
Oh, I paired up on me.
Queen Doogie.
After missing all his good draws all night, Brian gets there with a really mediocre hand. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Double Diesel tips him with a queen doogie. I didn't see it. I didn't think that was a made doogie.
Everybody's still drawing. Sure, there's lots of good reasons.
Brian's having a very unlucky night.
Only taking one card.
You should break.
Not yet. Huh?
Should only taking one card.
What was your second card?
It was a 7. He was king 7.
Second one I got was paired of ace.
Supposed to break that, probably.
With the right suit.
I mean, I'm breaking.
What's it? What color?
All right, guys. Hope you all are enjoying the stream. I'm going to take another quick break. Feel free to talk amongst yourself in the chat if any of you guys are left here. I'll be back in 5.
For the people watching at home.
Sure.
How's it going?
All 10 of them.
It's much, much different with only one person. Because before
Sorry,
I did
I'd actually-
I'm going to go up for 10 minutes. Oh, actually, on the
Yeah, we
first
played
door,
that 8 times or
well,
7
that was
times.
the third door. I'm like, I have no idea. Is this the same table? One of the guys in chat is like, "Oh, we bike all the time from Claremont Mesa up to Tulsa,
Everybody's
like,
halfway there. Except
like
for Bill.
50 miles round trip." He's like, "Yeah."
You're over
55.
halfway there.
And the guy, one of the guys playing is he's double diesel in there. I don't think he did the Ram. RAAM, the road race across America
You
in
knows.
2016.
Okay.
And so I'm sitting in chat talking to this guy about that. He's like, "Oh, I'm distracted you." I'm like, "I don't care, man. I'm not getting paid. Let's talk pricing." Yeah, I was saying like I don't remember the videos.
Too many of my cards out there.
Too many of everybody else's cards.
So where in Vegas do you live at?
Henderson.
Henderson. Okay, I like Henderson. It's a nice area.
My brother.
Yeah, his brother lives over there. You play at the Orleans?
Recently, actually, believe it or not, they have like some mixed game tournaments, like a triple draw tournament on Saturdays, 150. I think they should up it, but
I usually
whatever.
play the Rose there when they have the Rose. And
What's Rose?
It's Raz, Omaha, Stud 8.
Horse minus.
Oh, okay.
Howard Smith, yeah, and then I play the triple draw. They have Badugi, Ace to 5.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Yeah.
That format.
I played that triple draw tournament. That was
I got 5th place in the Rose tournament once. I think I was in the triple draw. Greg Raymer was sitting next to my left.
I've only played a triple draw 3 times. I've done fairly well. So I like it.
I bubbled that triple draw when I played it.
The first time I played, I was a stone fucking bubble.
Yeah, same.
On a deuce-to-set, I got dealt a 7 perfect draw, right? And one.
I was a Pat 6 and I was a Pat 6
Gold.
and Ace to 5 and got snapped off. Got drawn out on.
The guy
It's a stone bubble. Yeah, by a better side, like 6-5, 3-2.
Defense.
Well, we got 1, 2, 3 other players.
Here and there, I've been there. All right.
Oh, what up? Long time no see. Yeah, how long? It's been like freaking 10 years. You've been DJ or something like DJ? DW. There you go. Chill.
No respect. I'm just waiting for Jeanette. Sure that's the right thing. I'll break it.
Okay.
I'm gonna assume I missed. Check dark. Saying there's a chance. Ooh, it's a battle of the best 3 card. I haven't looked.
see.
On my river card.
You did a diamond.
I had the king of diamond.
Alrighty.
Should have kept it.
I am back in case there's anybody is still listening and are interested in asking further.
I need an ABC to call fucking Steve's bluff. An ace 3-4.
All right. Was it deuce?
Looks like we're still on Badugi. David's got
For
a
the gold chip.
king doogie and is going to take it down.
Man.
Looks like a pretty nice sized pot on this.
What, you mean a bet on the river?
No, raise.
Oh,
I checked dark.
That's our
Yeah.
second pot in the last few hands that have been over $200. So it seems like we're
Can't call two.
getting to have a little larger pots as the night's going on. People, again, it's just the human nature that we get a little more aggressive towards the end of the night. We just start either wanting to push our wins further or make up for our losses. And it looks like it's actually deuce-to-seven triple draw. I've just been informed, but again, when they do the redraws, the cards don't show up. They don't have the graphics in the software polished yet. So I only saw 4 cards rather than 5. So obviously, deuce-to-seven triple draw, 5-card game. Again, deuce 3, 4, 5, 7 is the number one best hand, and you cannot have a flush. Flushes and straights are bad. You're looking for the worst possible ranked hand in the game of poker. So, royal flush is the best, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 rainbow is the worst. And you're trying to get as close to the 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 as possible. And it's triple draw, so you have 3 opportunities to make your hand. Looks like Jet got there with an 8-7-6-5 deuce, which is sort of marginal, but against anybody that's still drawing, he's a pretty significant favorite. Chris somehow picked up 3 queens, which is just all terrible cards, so wisely gets rid of it rather than drawing 3. Brian's got a decent drawing 2. Again, when you're playing deuce-to-7, it's much preferable in any of these draw games, ace-to-5 and deuce-to-7. You want to start from the bottom up. A deuce 3-7 or a deuce 3-5 is just so superior to like a 7-6-4 in deuce-to-7 that, it's the same amount of cards to make your hand, but you're just working the bottom up is just mathematically better. All right. Not sure if I saw that right, but I think David drew 1 to a 10 and got there. But Jet got there for, I think, the 3rd best possible hand. Yep.
Service.
You were right, I did lose. It does seem to be the way that
Played a lot of poker with both, all 3 of those guys on the screen currently. All very solid players.
I did something.
Jason, San Diego native, if you heard him say earlier, but he's also moved to Vegas, I would say probably 7 or 8 months ago. Plays a lot of mixed games out there, so always fun hearing from him about what the scene out in Vegas, how the mixed games out there might differ from the variations we play. Just some good stories about what's going on out there.
Yeah, don't play for Gus.
You would have caught my card, I think, right? Yeah. You need a 3.
Oh,
3, 4, 5, 8.
So bad I had to fold on my button.
All right. So, Chris, I like Chris raising there with the 8-5-3, even though it's not the greatest draw, and he's drawing 2. It's reasonable. Plus, you're thin in the field. You don't want a lot of people that are drawing 3. If you're either going to fold this or raise, you don't ever want to call and bring in more people. So I like the aggressive, especially, like I said, It's 10-20, not that big a limit. So you're just trying to thin the field and play a decent pot, preferably 2 or 3 people. He gets Steve heads up, and he's actually now improved slightly and has a better hand. He'll be drawing 1 to an 8-6. Steve's drawing 2 to a 7-5. So it sounds better than it is because, again, you don't want to start from the bottom up. The 7-5-4, you're only basically drawing to a 2 or a 3. A 6 or an 8. A 6 just clogs everything up because it gives you open-ended straight, and straights, again, are not good in this. And an 8's never that good. So 2-3-7 or a 2-3-4 is, again, it's the same amount of cards to make the perfect hand, but it just works so much better drawing from the bottom up than the top
Can I
down.
get a menu also, please? If you don't mind? Thank you.
Loosen you up. You're already loose. You're already too loose, Bill.
Just want one more. Just one more. Just one more. Have you seen? Right by the free play pickup, there's some degenerate game like Double Down Hard. That was wild. I only lost one hand, but it's enough to scare me straight. Scared straight program.
Well, even late in the night, if nobody gets any cards, there's not much to do. There's a decent hand. Dave came in raising with a made 8-7-6. It's a borderline convertible hand. He 3-bet it. This is a very good 3-bet because you're narrowing the range of what you're against. So you have an 8-7-6. That's pretty solid, but it's almost the worst 8. So if somebody's drawn to a 7, they beat you. Most 8s are going to beat you as well. And when you get to a 9, most people really aren't playing that so much. So Dave is going to bet this very strongly, play it like it's the best possible hand, and he's not drawing. So everybody knows he has something at least as good as what he has, right? Maybe he's got a 9, but he's somewhere around there. So nobody's going to take bad draws against him. And he's going to if he meets resistance and somebody raises, he can consider breaking the 8. It's going to be tough to do, but it is a possibility. So far, he hasn't been raised. He's going to keep playing the 8 like it's the best hand, and it is. The problem is he's not really in position. So we'll see if it holds up or not. Steve got the perfect card for David because he makes a 9. And he's going to end up having to call here. And then Double Diesel got the worst card because he makes the 7 straight. So it looks like he's got a 7 low, but he actually has a 7 high straight, which is not what you need when you're going low. So David wins a nice sized pot there, and looks like it was played really well by him. I'd be curious to ask him, like, would you think about converting that to a draw if I had raised? Because in Steve or Double Diesel's spot, oftentimes if you're playing against somebody and they're thinking outside the box, they will raise in that position to kind of make you basically give up how good your hand is. Because if you 3-bet them and then you don't draw, they're going to know exactly what they need. And if you don't 3-bet them and then you don't draw, you're kind of like, you're saying, well, I've probably got like an 8-7 or 8-6. If you 3-bet them, that's saying I've got a 7 low. So those are the little subtleties of the game where you can use your chips and your betting patterns in order to determine what the other person has, and then you play your cards and your draws accordingly.
Oh, did you get your golden ticket there?
All right, you need to get your ticket.
I got my golden ticket.
All right, Jet with a decent draw 2 to an 8. Steve drawing 2 to an 8-7. Oh, good. I like that play by Steve. Rather than drawing 2 to an 8-7, he drew 3 to a 7-3. You know, I think you could go either way there, but I like going for the better hand because if you miss totally like he did, you can just get away from it. And if you hit, you're going to hit like such a stronger hand, especially if you face a raise early. And now here Jet is trying to keep control of the hand, even though he drew 2 and didn't improve. He's kind of happy with this 3 card.
Pat.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
Oh, and it looks like Jet is. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Jet drew 2. The graphics are kind of slow. It's kind of messing up what I'm talking about. It doesn't match up with the cards because I thought Jet was snowing there because the ace king still showed, but his draw actually improved him to an 8 perfect. What we call is 8 perfect means it's the best possible 8, right? An 8-6 would not be as good as an 8-5-4-3-2. So if somebody's holding an 8-6 or an 8-7, and you say I got 8 perfect, they know right away they're not good. And Bill got there with a 7 though, a monster. So he's going to raise. Jet just got very unfortunate.
Why would I do that?
Oh, it looks like Bill let out, and Jet raised him. Unfortunately for Jet, he's probably going to get 3-bet here. He does. And now he's got a call.
Didn't show you a wheel, just number 2.
Number 3?
No, not yet.
Oh, I wanted to see my card, and I said, "Oh, okay, I'll do it."
I wonder if Jet just looked up at the camera to see if he was going to catch some commentary there, because I am wondering. I think I probably would go out and say I don't see why he would raise in that spot. If Bill is leading out bluffing, then raising's you're never gonna get called. And I'm pretty sure. I guess there's a slight chance Bill would lead out with an 8-6 there, and your 8-5 beats him. But I don't think Bill's ever doing it with an 8-7. He's never doing it with a 9. And so I think the hands you raise and get paid on are so few compared to the amounts you are losing against, and you get 3-bet and have to call. I think that was not smart play there, in my opinion. I'm pretty sure Jason Jet would agree with me, but I don't like being too critiquing too hard because I've never. This is only my second time ever commentating, and it's just so amazing. Like, when you watch Poker After Dark or High Stakes or whatever, and you see the cards, and you're like, oh, why'd that idiot make that play? It's just different down there in the action when you have the cards. Me being able to see everything, but I do think that was one Jason probably realized after he did it that wasn't the right thing to do a raise there. He was just so happy. I mean, sometimes you get like kind of in love with your hand, and Bill was drawing the whole way, and you got an 8-5. It's really strong, and then you just want to get money in there. Your whole concept the whole time is like, I want to get more money in, and then all of a sudden the draw can change everything.
That's bad. I gotta let that wash over me.
It smells like incense.
Smells like sage for sure.
All right. So very nice drawing hand from Steve.
Thank you, sir. Can I get that menu? Whatever you get. You can come back. That'd be good. Thank you so much.
Oh, hey, Luigi. Welcome back, sir.
One more draw.
What kind of puppies you got?
See if anything changed.
Steve's gonna demolish my soul. I'll check dark, Steve.
We are currently playing deuce-to-seven triple draw. The last hand you just missed, I was castigating Jet's play because he had an 8-5-4-3, 8-5-4-3-2. So he had the 8 perfect, and he was betting the whole way and ahead. And then on the last draw, Bill get a 7 and led out into him, and Jet raised him. And they got 3-bet and had to call. And I'm thinking that Jet shouldn't have bet that. So that was all I remember you missing. Oh, cool.
Yeah, you can just
My brother,
maybe
I
I'll do that.
was talking earlier. I've just recently moved back home. My brother lives here now. He's got a Weimaraner, so I love having a dog around. I've always lived in San Diego,
Switching to the
not been
Bahamas?
able to afford enough room to keep dogs.
You did.
Plus, I've always traveled for
Especially if you
work,
come
which
here.
makes it tough.
Yeah.
All right, let me get a good fan on these. Then I'll look at them and really slow this
All
game
right,
down.
Brian, might get on a limb here. Draw 3 to having 2 2s. You got a blocker. I'm hoping Brian didn't lay that down just because he thought maybe I'd be talking about him not drawing 3. But
He saw my 9, so I'm going to show it to everybody.
having 2 deuces in your hand, that's such a strong card. Deuce-to-7. That blocker is the most important one, and you're going to have to draw 3. But
Me?
you're starting off with basically the best 2 cards.
What did you do, Brian? What did you do to John?
And if you notice, there's only one other deuce out, and that guy's got Jack 10-10. So I would have, I might even let out with a raise there because you're getting rid of the field, and then you can just play it from there. But Brian chose, what's probably the book play, the smart play is just to lay it down because you don't ever want to be drawing 3 under the gun. All right, so Steve's going to be drawing 2 to perfect, 2-3-4. Bill's got a reasonable 3-6-7, drawing 2. And just an overall comment here about the action. None of these hands are particularly strong, but I wouldn't mind seeing one of them just kind of take the lead and just throw out a raise. Now they're all basically playing, going like, okay, I've got a mediocre hand. I'm just going to throw $10 in and then see if I can outdraw my competitor. Steve getting unfortunate, drawing some good cards, but getting a 6-high straight. Hey, Oos, this is deuce-to-7 triple draw. So I don't know if you know that particular game, but the nut hand, the best possible hand is 2-3-4-5-7. Yes, correct. It's deuce-to-7. I'm just making sure you guys can hear me
Card for sure.
because I was answering the question from Oos, and then DNA came in with the answer, and I'm thinking that maybe y'all didn't hear me, but then maybe there's a lag in the commentary. So well, anyway, deuce-to-7 is you're looking for the worst possible ranked hand, like a royal flush being the best hand, and the straight flush,
3-1 draws.
full house, etc., all the way down. A pair, ace high,
That is
then you're
a
talking jack high. The worst possible hand is 7-5-4-3-2, and it cannot be a flush.
20 grit maybe.
Cannot be the same suit. So a 2-3-4-5-6 would be a straight. So therefore, the worst possible hand is 2-3-4-5-7.
I
Hey,
had
thank you for the comment, Luigi.
there,
I thought that was the case, and DNA's just so fast that he got
yeah.
the answer before me. But I just want to make sure because
blockers, but blockers are
being a solo commentator, sometimes you feel like you're just speaking into a cavern and nobody's out there. So I love that you guys are being active in the chat. I very much appreciate it because it makes me feel like I am actually talking to an audience. All right. Nothing really to talk about in the hand yet. Steve Steve coming in with a hand that I guess you're going to draw 3 to a 7-5. Brian catching a nice hand. Chris also catching a nice hand. And Steve really behind the 8 ball here. I guess he's going to draw 3 to a 7-5. And you never know. You might get lucky. Just happens to be up. A lot of the cards he needs are in other people's hands. Chris drawing to an 8 and a 5 with the starting at the bottom with the deuce-4 is always the way to go. Brian also with a strong 3-card draw. Yeah, DNA. I'm trying to be nice. I know all these people, so I'll hear later if I'm not. But I don't know. The 8-5-4-2 is not complete caca. I think it's okay. Actually, I think it's pretty good. I don't mind leading out with that. Brian improved, and now he's got a really nice draw to a 7. So a 4 or a 5 is going to get him an almost unbeatable hand. So that's 8 really clean outs. He somehow catches an 8, which is not the cleanest out, but an 8-7 is really usually solid. Yeah. Hey, Luigi. I that's a great comment. I appreciate it. Hopefully, like listening to me, I try to start kind of at the basics of how the game's played. Then I talk about like, I kind of like talk about the ranges of what's good and what's not. And then it's like there's levels and there's layers of subtleties to what is good and how you figure out what your opponent has, and you play off of that to brawl to what you need. But as a general rule, a 7 almost never gets beat. If a 7's getting beat, you know, because you bet it strong and the guy's coming over the top and he's obviously got number 1 or number 2. If you've got a smooth 8, like we just saw Jet raise a lead out on the river with an 8-5, that's usually really good. An 8-6 or 7, you get a little bit more in the range. But it's just like if you're playing Hold'em, like, if you think about it, okay, it's the river. I've got 2 pair, but there's a straight on board. It's just a matter of figuring out with the play where it is. But you know that a 7-5-4-3-2 is good, and you know a royal flush is never good. So it's a matter of figuring out exactly where between those is the very sweet spot for getting your money in good or getting your money in bad. Brian is looking really good there.
What's this like? It's a strange feeling tonight.
Like I said, an 8 is usually really good. An 8-6 or 8-5 is a lot better than an 8-7. And a 7 almost never loses. And I got to be honest, a 9 is really hard to win with. So the sweet spot is usually around that 8. And that's what, like, as I'm revisiting the hand where Jason raised with the 8-5, he's like right on that margin where he thinks an 8-5 is good enough to raise with. But if he thinks about it a little bit longer, I think he realizes especially after he got 3-bet, he's realizing. But that's where the margin is, right? And that's how you make 1 or 2 extra big bets, extra big blinds, extra bets that are called, or extra bets you don't call. 1 or 2 of those an hour, and you play 6 or 8 hours a night, and then you play 100 sessions. You save 1 big blind an hour. That's the difference between being a losing and a winning poker player. So it's all about finding that exact margin.
Now I remember.
Hey, Oos, yeah, you should come out to Hamul. I've mentioned several times earlier, if you're a Hold'em player, come out and play Hold'em on a Thursday night, and then just walk over to the mix game and ask who's ever there. Go, hey, what are you guys playing? Teach me. Show me how to play it. And everybody there will be super happy to explain the rules to you, have you watch a couple of hands, sweat them. They'll show you their cards. They'll tell you after the play, obviously, but they'll tell you why they played it that way, why they folded, why it was good, who would have won, and why you think that. Or you listen to me, this is kind of like I'm just kind of, off the top of my head, as I would have played this, this is how I would have played it.
After like
So,
the, I was like the second or
or
third
if you
game,
want to come,
I
if
went
you
and
you
played.
know if you don't mind losing a few $100s to come and
I
learn
wasn't even
learn
OA. It was
the
just
right way, come out and play. It's
like
only
Omaha.
10,
They got
20
built
mix.
perfect between them.
If
It's like
you have a
Omaha
bad
was just
hand, you
like
just fold and you watch the other
this looks
people.
worthless.
You have a good hand. We're going to
Get
play
seven.
enough games where it's going to be
But it's
really
even
apparent
three
right off the
kills.
bat what a good hand is and what a bad hand is, and you'll be able to catch on pretty quickly. And then after that, it's a matter of learning more and more, deeper and deeper, what's good in this particular spot, what's not good in this particular spot.
Limit is actually not bad.
No, there's
The
a
jackpots are
there's
really
a lot
high.
of kills too. So it's
816?
816.
9-10, huh?
816 with a full
In
kill.
that game, you
I
absolutely.
think you can.
There's a ton of kills.
Doesn't make sense. You're gonna call all the way if I bet. So
For some reason, maybe when you this
I think you can.
you bet. I was.
Hey,
on
Oos,
the side.
Wait,
I'm sorry, I don't,
816.
Bet
if
on the
I'm
turtle.
mispronouncing it, maybe it's
816 with a full
Usi,
kill.
but Oos or Usi, are
Never
you a
beat
Hold'em player? Where do you usually
And
play?
then you got
You
the
come out to
turtle.
Hamul?
It is beatable. I beat it. People are pretty
Terrible for the game.
Especially when the jackpot gets really high.
If everybody was solid, I don't think you could beat the rank. They're
Oh,
not.
yeah,
All
Steve's
right,
about
and
to get us.
if I'm not mistaken, I think we have. I know that Cass from Hamul is running the show. She's like the wizard behind the curtain, but she said something about totally missing hand 150 something. So I think she might have missed the last hand, and she's got to enter in the cards. So I don't know exactly what happened there. But now we've switched to the 4-card game,
Getting something different.
and I'm not sure what we're playing.
Orange chicken.
Okay, we're playing 08 again. So 4-card, high-low.
Make it work for it.
If Usi, you just joined, I'm not sure if you know the rules, but it's going to be a split pot high-low game. You're going to have to play 2 out of your hand, 3 on the board. There's always going to be a high, and if there's a qualifier, there'll be a low, and then it'll be a split pot game. So in this case, you see 3 cards below an 8 on the board, so there's a low possible. If there's not at least 3 cards, 8 or better, 8 or lower, that are not paired, it's not possible to have a low. And that's an absolutely monster river for Chris. He's now got the nut low and the nut high. He's got the wheel ace to 5, and he's got actually a 6-8 would beat him. He doesn't have the nut high, but he's got the second nut straight with the nut low. So that's definitely a scoop.
You have an ace to 7 straight, sir?
Pretty much.
You have a 7 high straight.
Hey, DNA, I would love to take credit for assuming that, but it was actually after I saw the flop, I might have assumed it, but I was told by
Flops the nut high.
the wizard behind the curtain that it was 08.
It's 2 of us. Oh, he might not remember.
Well, that's why we have these.
Oh, you got one.
You got one, just David and
David and Jeff.
I'm feeling good. I like my chances.
Let's make him pay.
Why me? He has these. He hasn't paid once.
I like him better.
Alrighty.
How long you out here?
As I mentioned earlier, this used to be my favorite game before Big O became popular and they added an extra card to it, which to me makes it even more interesting. But used to play a lot of PL, a lot of Omaha 8.
Car for me too. They're like spare cars, so it's like perfect.
No really good hands per se. Steve seems to like getting in there with high cards, which again you can hit or miss. It's a night. It seems like a decent. Nope. David's only got a gut shot. Brian's top pair of kings looks like to be the best, but I think Jet's probably got the best hand. He's open-ended with the 9-8, so he's got a 7 through 10. He hits a nut high, and a deuce-3 is the third nut low. An ace-deuce would be the nut low. An ace-3 would be the second nut. So he's got the third nut low. With nobody really seeming overactive, you never know. And Double Diesel, I don't know if he's played much Omaha, he maybe thought actually, he's got a set of sevens. He flopped a set of sevens and he turned jacks and tens. But now he needs to fill up to win, but he's got all his own outs. So he's only got a couple of jacks and a couple of tens and 1-7.
I've never finished a whole poker streak.
Not the best card for Jason because now a higher straight's got there. But this is the subtlety of high and low. With a third nut low and a second nut straight, he's going to feel pretty comfortable winning at least half, if not 3/4. And he's going to be pleasantly surprised to be scooping here, I think.
You get to relive it.
Diesel probably thought his set was good, and Jed will be happy to hear he scoops. He's probably thought he was only getting half.
Yeah, I know. I know he did.
Sorry, I was blinded by your charming eyes. I hadn't noticed.
I had 2 8s. I was going to do what you did, so it wouldn't have worked.
Man,
Thank you.
I don't know if I should be what kind of comments I should make about the hairstyling in seats 2 and 3 there. You got that's more moose than those 2 chairs than I've used in my entire life.
Jack 10, 7.
Notwithstanding, I have been bald for 20-something years. But even before then, that's more moose than I've used in my entire life.
Thank you.
I don't know if Jason Jet over there went jet black and he's got a new kind of super hero motif going. And it looks like Brian he is from Minnesota, so I don't know if I know he was up there in Michigan recently. I don't know if somehow he took a detour by the Paul Bunyan Museum and picked up, all the clothes there, but he's got added the little beard going there, and he's always rocking the flannel, so kind of, we got a little point culture going on there with the, the LL Bean and the, I don't know, what is that, the metrosexual look from Jet? Very interesting.
I bought in for like the min of like 300 euros, but I left with $1,600.
Oh, 1,600 euro?
Yeah. Not
all right, so Bill's got a nice high hand. Again, you like hands that work both ways, but you never know. And then Brian earlier folded his aces to a checkboard. Now a paired board. Now we're going to see what he does again because he's in the same situation. It's this exact same situation we saw earlier where Double Diesel was betting out with kings on a paired board twice into the flop was Jack 10-10, and Brian ended up folding aces, and now he's going to do it again. And Brian has a gutter, the nut flush draw, and an overpair. But here he's actually behind because I didn't notice. But Diesel did have a 4. Bill had the pocket king, so I got that one wrong. It was not completely the same. But again, here's where a pair of kings looks good in some games. And actually, in a paired board in Omaha, it's not really a good hand.
Supposedly the dealers are like really good.
Oh, really? You know, like 1,200.
They're like. Yeah. Like I met a French guy.
On my thunder, I was in the bed.
It was.
Yeah, no, I met a French guy who was like,
maybe he has
rating.
I don't know.
Yeah, or whatever. Like, plus people were nice. I'd be like, hey, I don't speak a lot of French.
In Vegas?
Like as usual, if you
I'm not sure where.
Lead off with I don't speak French. Like everybody's nice, but
I don't know about that.
Like most of the conversation going on
in
was
Vegas?
I get a
a couple people asked me where I was from.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Call me a nit.
Where do you see that at?
Raise 20 to 2.
All right, I was trying to let them commentate for a while. Seemed like they had some interesting conversations going, but I got quiet. I like Chris's hand. I like his lead out. He's got a suited ace, which is always good. He's got a nice, solid pair of jacks, and ace three, which is the second nut low
Like I had to call
draw.
off my stack, but like
Just jacks?
Brian's going to call with a good pair.
it wasn't
The
four
deuce
cards
is
in
a
a
really
row, but
terrible card
it
there,
was
but the
sweaty, and I
fact
was
it's
like,
suited
I
with
don't
the
like this, but
king
like
makes it,
I
makes the hand playable.
that guy had already bought in for like 3K.
Steve got flopped a set there.
Yeah.
So he's one of those
Uh,
players where you're
But that's like half the
Bill
players
flopped the
there. Like
straight
it's super
though,
regular. Like
and Bill's also got a 6 low. So
300
Bill
nuts.
called like
Everybody else bought in for like 8.
absolutely the
Like I'm sitting
perfect
there with
flop
nothing.
for his hand. Chris is had a really good starting hand, but it's all of a sudden shriveled up because his 3 hit. So his 3 got counterfeited. But
I
now he
like
actually
I checked
has
the river. He was just
the
like
better
just
low.
in the small
So if
blind.
you
He was
look
just
at
like
it,
opening.
Bill's
I'm like,
got
oh, I'm like
7 6 5
yeah. I'm
4
like I don't want
3
to.
2
I
low,
made it like
and Chris using the
bigger,
ace
like
3 has
because it
6
was like
4 3 2 1.
like a one or
So
two five.
Chris's low is actually good.
It was the
Bill's
smallest
straight's
they
going to
had.
hold
So I
up
made like
because Steve
43,
never
but like
paired or
not too
never
bad.
paired the
basically
board,
yeah.
so a set of
You know,
sixes
whatever
didn't
you know,
really get.
I don't care. 40 euros
I
means
think
nothing to
Chris
me.
here is trying to figure out where his
40 euros
low
means nothing
is,
to
and
me.
he's going to realize he only loses to the wheel.
Spends that on a
And the
wine
way it
list.
was
I'm like,
played, the guy probably doesn't have the wheel. He probably has the 4-5. So correct call by Chris. He gets half.
my base, 7 high straight.
You get a nip button.
Was it high?
What I was after.
well, I didn't win in the first 2 hands. Just
$10.
shell out my 60
Yeah.
bucks now.
$10.
Win the $10 rate.
Big bucks. That's a whole
You
drink.
put the-
That's a whole drink.
You put the button in the circle.
It's kind of funny that
No, that button.
Chris in
The
seat
actual
1, every time they,
Yeah.
or I guess
Is
it's
it
labeled
RFID
seat 2
pizza?
here, but
No, that's
It reads-
how. Yeah,
it
that's how it
reads?
yeah. That's an RFID.
Chris
on
and
the,
the
on
and
the
the
circles.
Oh,
the
that's
first seat
interesting.
left
The
of the
dealer button
dealer,
is
every
not
time they
labeled on
use the
there.
camera that shows his face, it's like it's all crackly and out of focus. It's like poltergeist. So see, look at it.
At least from what I picked up doing my Jeanette impersonation for 2 hours. It's helpful if the buttons in
Sounds
the
like a
circle.
blast.
What are you doing?
I was here early, like
early
on
dealing
the
yourself?
headset. Yeah, like because they had never dealt mixed games. So
And they
then,
basically troubleshot it for
yeah.
the
I had to figure out how the draw
All right,
actually
no real big hands.
There's like a
Um,
So what are
the
you
whole
doing?
monitor.
What are you
There's
dealing? But I don't get
couple
like what
aces on the
I still have,
flop
like,
probably
4
scare
hands.
Oh, I see.
everybody because
Like, I
nobody
got, like,
has
4
an ace.
spots.
I see.
Like went through all the games that they
I
had.
think
Like
Double Diesel probably has the most equity at this point because he's got the nut low
Oh
draw
shit!
along with the 5.
Like a little
He's got backdoor diamonds.
software that
Actually, a
makes
really
the
bad
games.
card for him though because
Oh,
it
yeah.
counterfeited his nut low draw. We'll see if anybody takes a stab at it. Nobody's got a really hand worth betting.
their offerings.
And now the what we call a live 3. So if you see Double Diesel 85321 is going to be the low.
Not free. The rake
But
ones.
actually,
I have aces and jacks.
Steve with a 76521 is going to have a 7 low. So a 7 low is going to be what we call a live 3.
live 3.
Aces and kings in live 3.
2, 3, 5, 8. I wonder I couldn't catch a jack. Thanks a lot, Bill.
And the pair of kings wins half the pot with the high. Again,
Y'all really
2 aces on board. Aces are by far being both high and you can play them both as high and low. Plus, there is a high and a low aspect to the hand. So aces are tremendously, like, even more powerful than they are in Hold'em. So when you see 2 aces on the flop, knowing that nobody with an ace is likely to have folded, and everybody's got 4 cards, it's really going to freeze the action. And if somebody's got because if somebody's got an ace, they might check, and then you're never going to bet into them. And then if you've got an ace, you're probably unlikely to bet because if you filled up, you don't want to chase anybody off. You got aces full. And if you aren't full yet, you're worried about another ace. So, it's kind of it's going to kind of kill a lot of action unless there is another low card down there, and you get some, I don't know, squirrely players. But usually 2 aces on the board, multi-way pot is going to freeze the action.
You just send it over to Phenom. That's your.
I kind of like Jet's raise here. Again, he's got a high only hand, but
Yeah.
it's just going to, I don't know, get more money in the pot because this is the kind of hand you're either going to crush the flop or you're going to miss it, and so you can get away. So he didn't quite crush it, but he's got it's a really nice high only hand. He got a little unfortunate because he ran into some other people that got sticky with their high only hands. Usually when you're raising in Omaha 8, most people that are calling are playing a high-low hand. If you have a strong enough high hand, it's fine to call in 08. You're only going for half the pot, but if no low turns out, then you get the whole pot. And so usually you're going to raise with a high hand only, and you're going to drive out the other high hands. Just weirdly enough, this one hand, all the high hands were dealt, and then a couple of high cards sit on the flop. So it's kind of interesting hand. Brian's got top two. Now he turns a flush draw, and there goes the ace king, the hand that originally raised with ace queen king 10, ace king queen 10.
That was like co-owner. This other guy.
And
oh yeah, there's
top two pair going to hold up, and there's no low. Kind of a surprising bet there, though. Oh, no, that was a call. Okay. Makes total sense as a call. I admire the effort. Double Diesel knew there was no way he's winning that pot without betting. He feels pretty likely that he's going to get a hand to raise unless they're as strong as Jack 9, and then even in some spots a Jack 9 might fold. You saw earlier Brian folded the aces on the paired board. Here he gets sticky. I don't know if that's because, okay, I haven't done so well tonight. I'm just tired of laying it down. I laid one down earlier. I was wrong. I'm going to call. Or it's late in the night. I'm going to do this. Or if he's like, I really read Double Diesel as bluffing in this spot, as knowing that I'm going to, that knowing he's going to get people to fold to that scare card because 3 cards to a straight got there in the river. So a really nice call from Brian. I'm kind of curious what of those reasons he would have had behind his decision. Any of them are plausible.
Definitively know when the game changes.
You just go with a debit card? Yeah, exactly. A debit card or just your checking account? There's instructions videos, like, it's not that hard.
You hear all these stories about people losing their wallet.
I don't keep any money on the site.
Yeah. I meant to ask him because there's a lot of people that want to learn mix, but they want to play like super low stakes.
Yeah,
right?
$0.50.
Yeah, I know, but like, if I'm gonna recruit people, I want to get a piece of the fucking business.
Just run like a 4-8.
But I want like a piece of the.
Yeah, I just got a text from one of the players asking how things were going, and I said it's a lot easier doing this with a partner. A couple of weeks ago, our buddy Josh, who's a regular at the game, was available to commentate with me. That was both of our first efforts ever. And it went really, really well, in my opinion, especially for some newbies that were just getting out there for the first time. And then I also said that, chat's made tonight really good, in my opinion. Like, I said this earlier, I feel like I'm speaking into the Grand Canyon, and all I'm hearing is my own echo, except for the fact that DNA and Uzi and Luigi earlier after walking his dogs and before walking his dogs. All you guys were great contributing to the chat and the commentary. I appreciate you guys chiming in. I appreciate you spending some time viewing. And hopefully maybe we'll see you out at the tables. Come out to Omaha, even if you're just playing Hold'em. And again, walk over, man. Meet us. Talk to any of those guys. Paul Bunyan there in the flannel will, he'll get your number and ask if he'll text you out on a Monday or Tuesday and ask if you're interested in playing Thursday night and come out and have some fun.
Open to my fault date there. I should have raised, should check raise. Well, the three of us. Var.
I hear you, DNA.
Loma, could you call service
Um,
too? Get a chance? Thank you.
Are you going to come apply at Hamul, DNA?
Can I get the orange chicken, please?
Ocean's 11 has a lot of dealers. They might be needing somebody. Although, obviously, Hamul's a better place to work.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do the discount.
3.
Just a discount. Yeah. Can I get another 20-ounce Coors Light also, please? Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
We are now playing ace to 5 triple draw. Again, ace through 5 is the best hand. Aces are low. Ace, deuce, 3, 4, 6 would be the second best hand. Flushes and straights do not count against you as they do in deuce-to-7, which you're playing for the worst possible ranked hand. Here, you're just playing for the worst possible ordinal hand, the lowest pips.
Look at you on your tour in Mexico.
Well,
You bring him a Tecate and
yeah,
you should get him enchilada. You can do that
you
now.
should ask it. Hey,
Want any food?
I would give you my email, DNA, but ask in the chat for Hamul Poker Live to tell you who to call or how to contact about putting in an application to be a dealer.
I'll have you can stay over there. You can come over here. I'll have a black
I should
tea,
get like,
2
I don't
tea
know,
bags and
20%
honey.
of your first year salary as a recruiting fee
2 tea
too.
bags and honey. Huh?
I actually
No,
worked
no
as a
lemon.
recruiter for a
No,
couple
just
of years.
black tea and honey.
Hey, good call, DNA. It's always better to show up in person.
Sorry, say that again.
Okay, what do you got?
Yeah. Oh, I miss Gus.
Yeah, drop I don't know if dropping my name would help or hurt you, but feel free. I think if you told them that you you were listening in on the mixed game commentary or tell them you're in on the Hold'em commentary or whatever, just say, hey, I feel like it'd be a great place to work. It to me, all the dealers always seem pretty happy. You go to some places, I don't know, like Commerce, where everybody's just so miserable and like they just like they're just like robots, or they just you just feel like you're bothering them by being there. Everybody at Humbol's friendly. It's kind of like your neighborhood pub. You just come down, have a good time. Yeah, I think the dealers do have uniforms. They look different from the servers, and the floor people usually have a suit or a dress on, depending on gender. But everybody's just dressed professionally. I do think the dealers have a uniform though, and I believe it's all black, if I'm not mistaken.
Just start talking about it's hard to make him a doogie. Smooth call. Yeah.
Trying to get his little nit. Trying to get his nit on, huh?
I'm drawing 2.
2.
Let's see that. Just fill in 1 each. It's okay. Not
Yeah,
greedy.
I'm Gus. Gus Adams.
I'll check.
Yeah, I know John's the manager of the poker room. I know Mike Harkins was recently hired as one of the floor
You've all improved.
managers. I'm not sure exactly to whom you would submit an application, but I do know that if you go in on any weekday or weeknight or whenever, you're going to be treated well and people are going to be nice and let you know if there's an opportunity.
One more draw, sir.
One more draw.
All right, playing ace to 5.
Oh, okay.
Brian's got a nice draw to a 6. Bill's going to be drawing.
Are you sure you want to break?
I guess Bill's going to stay with a 9. I think you should draw one there. I think the math is such that you should draw one against 2 people. But he's going to stay pat and lead out. Jet beat him. Brian did not. I think against 1 person you might want to stay, but I think 2 people, somebody's going to end up beating you mathematically.
No good.
In this case, it happened. It's just interesting whether Jet's going to raise or not. He does
75.
correctly,
75?
and I think Bill will probably call off.
Ace.
Yep, and see the bad news.
I was drawn to a 6. You guys are your 7 draws.
Show your card.
I get there.
I'm not sure, Matt. Is Matt a dealer?
I was like,
DNA?
I was thinking.
Deuce-to-seven.
I was thinking.
Yeah, you're probably right about daytime not being quite as busy.
I had a 2, 4, 5, 6.
But I don't know if, daytime's probably better.
Yeah, I went up to 10. That's why.
Especially knowing all I got to do is beat a 7.
See, you haven't been increasing your aggression. That's the only reason why I've been playing.
Yeah.
A little more hands.
And the Humble chat will probably be able to answer your questions better about the application process as well.
No.
But that would be cool if you worked there. It's a good place.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
I
The hard part would be like, when I have like a 7-6.
Yeah, I had 6-5-4 deuce.
Yeah.
So I was drawing live. Take that. Take that draw all day. Foldo.
Yeah, I look.
Poker's fun.
All right, so Double Diesel's got a decent ace 3-5, and again here he's got a pair of 5s and a pair of 3s. So he's going to be throwing a 3 and a 5 into the muck, and that's 2 cards that other people want. So that's your blocker situation. That makes his ace 3-5 stronger than if he had ace 3-5 Jack 10 or ace 3-5 King Jack. It's just math. It's just mathematically how fewer cards his opponents have to improve. And that's all when you get down to it, poker is. It's just a math equation. There's always the human element you have to throw in there with your live reads, your tells, the history you have with this player, their betting patterns, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, it's mathematically what you think the percentage is that you win this hand compared to the amount of money in the pot and how much more money you have to put in. And then whether it would be mathematically correct to raise. 2 weeks ago, we had a nice discussion about whether someone should raise or not with the nut low and a really good high hand. And I argued on the side that they should always raise, even if they're wrong. They're not wrong often enough that it's not profitable to raise in that spot every time. So, it's just a question of math, but there's a lot of human variables in there. Hopefully that was a reasonable explanation of blockers. All right, Double Diesel's got a made 8. Interesting to see if he breaks because Bill's got a made 7. Steve's drawing to a better 7. And Jet's in there. Oh, and Jet just drew perfect. He's got the perfect 6, the number 2 best possible hand. and he's up against some really good hands. He's up against a 7-6 Bill, which justifiably let out. Diesel is slow playing a 6-5 perfect. Oh my goodness, this is a monster. This is a
I have a
great,
flush.
great hand. Steve's got a
What do you
one
want?
draw to a 7.
65.
Oh no,
Number two.
sorry, I missed the draw again.
Please.
Oh, that was just huge though. I
Betting
think
it.
Jet drew 2 on the
Take the
river,
last one.
or the
This
graphics
is a
took too
4-card
long to
straight
catch
flush. You
up.
had
It
You had
was
so many wheels earlier. I'm like,
Jet
yeah.
got the number 2 hand against the number 3
Oh, it's
hand.
close.
That's a tough cooler for double diesel.
Who says I don't help?
All right, I'm gonna go check on mom real quickly. I am on East Coast time, so my mom goes to sleep about 1:45, and then I'll be right back and talk
There
us
was
through
too
a
much
few
of the
more minutes
65.
before calling it a night.
Ace 3-5. I had ace 3-5 to start.
Heads up for the
Yeah.
blacks.
For all the
I threw 2 5s and 3s away, so there's no way
I caught the three.
You caught 3 of clubs?
I don't know what it was, a three.
Yeah. Huh?
Well, you threw it away, reshuffled.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I
Yeah.
threw them away, but what's that?
What did you throw away?
Yeah, you didn't go away.
I threw away 8,
What'd you get?
a deuce. So I had ace 2, 3, 5, 6.
Steve, how much did you, just out of curiosity, how much did you keep track of your win-loss to WSOP for the 2040? You crushed every single time I saw you.
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
I did well though.
Yeah.
I think I made 1,200 in 3 sessions.
That's fucking nothing compared to this guy.
I believe it.
You fucking every single time I saw Steve.
I absolutely believe it. You can make a ton in that game.
That was my best game like 2 years ago at the World Series.
2040?
2040. That was.
It was
Sit there and
fantastic,
grind
dude.
that. It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made all my tournament buy-ins back at that.
Yeah.
Like it was
I
great.
was like, why am I playing tournaments when this is going on?
Dude, I know. I freaking, I don't
In
know why I
range.
play tournaments.
Okay.
Floor.
You think
did 500 red.
The tournaments I cashed weren't even at WSOP either. They were at the little janky 400s at, MGM and shit. Not MGM,
I mean,
Golden
I thought
Nugget.
400's even
Nugget
janky.
or
I'd cash a
Orleans.
400 event all day.
Bro, this is like compared like, I think made like $25. I had 2 bowls in that one too.
All right.
You should cash one of them at least. Jeez.
Don't want to make this too much like serious game. We'll play a little bit like the fun table. Show our kings.
Doesn't bugger it up.
I don't know. It might, but it's one hand.
It's true.
Raise the 20. 7 for ace
Better get there, otherwise.
I was gonna check dark, but you bet I have to look now.
You can call dark.
You got one more draw, right?
Should have called dark.
There's one more draw.
Yeah, one more draw, right?
One more draw.
Okay.
last draw.
Oh man, can't even make my doogie.
Yeah, I pass. Bet.
6, 7.
I don't need a nit.
I got mine.
I got mine.
Call.
As long as someone else called, I don't have to call.
Alrighty, I am back. I'm impressed. Either everybody left their computer on by mistake, or we still have 15
Thanks for
people
calling the near
viewing.
8, David, so I didn't have to call at my 8. I was absolutely
I
calling
think we
my
got
8.
about another 45 minutes of the stream.
To get his bill.
I'm going to try to last a little bit longer.
Just like last time.
Hopefully, the players will start chattering up a little bit, make it interesting. Maybe they were while I was gone. Any big pots or monster occurrences happened while I was gone? Any fisticuffs? Any belligerents? Any, I don't know, people yelling or throwing chips?
Think about the cards I wanted to draw.
Dancing on the table? Anything cool happened while I was gone?
Drew a 4 and a 6.
Otherwise, we will revisit some poker strategy here. And it looks like we're playing still ace to 5 triple draw.
Everybody would be much more keenly aware.
I bet you Double D was kicking some butt, wasn't he? With those legs from all those Viking.
Here we go.
Although Bill looks like he might be able to handle himself.
I'm just kidding.
Does that count? That counts?
I was thinking about that earlier, DNA. You're saying Double Diesel had some bad beats while I was gone. You know, I mentioned earlier he got no. Oh yeah, I saw the one where he had the what was it, 6-5-3-2-1 against 6-4-3-2-1. That was the last hand I saw before I left. And then earlier, you know, I mentioned he had the wheel and deuce-to-7 triple draw. And he also had the wheel twice and ace-to-5 triple draw. And that's how it works sometimes. It's like you use all your luck up early, you just get crushed later. You have those nights where it's just like you cannot miss. Every time you're like, I need the deuce of clubs. It's my only out, and you just hit it. Bink. And other times you're like, I can have a 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 jack or a club, and none of them come. $1,200K. Oh, he also did a $1,200K bike ride. Wow. 1,200K, like 800 miles, 750 miles. Whew. Oh, you know, my brother was in here earlier, and I mentioned to him, he one time was living. We both worked a summer in Yellowstone National Park, and I think that was the year he did it. But he left that area and biked back to North Carolina. I have to be honest. He did have, and he will tell you this. He went across Kansas, and it was so damn flat and boring that he did, like, I don't know if he hitchhiked or did something, but he took like a couple hundred miles off in the middle. But otherwise, he did. I guess that would have been probably 1,700, 1,800 miles, maybe 19. Oh, wow. Nice hand here. I wasn't paying attention. I was enjoying my conversation with DNA, but Brian has made a 6 low. We already saw earlier very strong, although we also saw Double D get crushed with a 6-5-3-2-1. Yeah, he said it was just like 60 miles in a Stuckey's and then another 60 miles flat. Yeah, nothing.
No, I just said tea and honey twice.
I've driven across that a few times, and man, it's the only comparable stretch I've driven, and I've driven a lot across the U.S. was from like Phoenix from like El Paso to Phoenix. It's just like 1,200 miles, or it's so much longer than you think, and you're just tumbleweed after tumbleweed. Otherwise, going through like Kansas and Nebraska, it's just, I think it's I-70 through there, and you're just Wow, it's just nothing but the same thing. Next Stucky, 65 miles. It really is. And there's no, like, all the towns aren't even on the highway. Like, once you pass St. Louis, it's just nothing. Yeah, I worked in, I grew up in North Carolina, right? And then I spent a summer in Yellowstone and really liked it out there. And so I lived a couple of winters in Idaho and then a couple of winters in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. And working in ski towns, we would close down in the spring and the fall,
Let
right?
him fight it out.
Either when there's no snow yet or the snow's melting. And in which case I would always drive. I would drive from Wyoming to North Carolina and then back when the the resorts and stuff opened back up. Yeah, so I've driven across Kansas. I've driven across. Mostly I went up to like 70 and went across, or maybe it was up to 80. I'm sorry, and drove across like the bottom of South Dakota and that stuff back in the 90s. Man, I just do like 120 in my little Honda in the middle of the night.
Collect $10 for both.
I also had a good friend and that grew up in the KC area, so I would stop off in KC most times. But nothing like being on a bike, man. I was always in a car.
Pay him off.
All right, so we got some good draws here. Steve drawing 3. It looks like they're all spades. Maybe that's a club, but that's a good differentiation between how this is played and the deuce-to-7, where a flush is bad. Here it doesn't matter. Looks like Chris is drawing 1 to perfect. So he's got 4 wheel cards. I think that was the first draw. So he's got a nice hand. I would think he would lead out here. And then David's got a super good draw as well.
You're not very good today, huh?
Not really.
2, 3, 4, 5. Most times it's going to be really good and good, but here he's actually pipped.
He's in desperation mode.
But again, unlike Badugi, where sometimes you're playing a 3-card hand, here you're almost always playing a 4 or 5-card hand.
It's like an ace-3
So
or
4
something.
cards
Oh my
is never
God.
going to be good at the end.
He has a shot.
So here's a nice live read when
That's gonna win.
when the guy's showing his hand to his neighbor and they're both kind of frowning. It's pretty obvious they're not that strong. Chris always had the best hand, never really drew a good card, but he kept it. You know, he won the pot with a 10. Drawing to a 5 and then ended up winning with a 10. But well played all around. Nobody drew enough to really bet.
Oh, you don't like double board?
I think maybe somebody could have stolen on the river, but you know, the hands were just marginal enough that you think maybe they have showdown value. Because with everybody drawing the last time, nobody's got a made hand, and you never know if somebody bets, the other guy, you know, thinks like, well, maybe they pair it up, maybe they have a pair of 5s, and I've got a call because I got a 10. So it was tough for anybody really to bet there because they couldn't see the cards. Me, I could see the cards. I know like maybe somebody could have taken it down, but it's tough to do in limit, and I think everybody played it correctly.
Make them pay.
I just want to collect, not tired of paying.
Down to 2, right?
All right. All right, now we're back to double board. Omaha high only. Again, it's going to be 2 boards, 2 flops, then 2 turns and 2 rivers. You're playing the best high on each board, and you have to play 2 cards out of your hand and 3 cards on the board.
I'd like to win a pot.
All right, so going off Steve, he flopped gutter ball on the top and top 2 pair on the bottom. Bill has top pair on the top board, open-ended on the bottom board. Chris has middle pair, top kicker on the top, top pair, top kicker on the bottom.
A little bit.
Kind of looks better than it is. The King 7-5 gets out of the way.
I think it was you.
Chris got nice top board. Now he's got jacks and nines, but there's a flush on the board.
Get that 60 ready.
Steve didn't really improve, but he's leading out like he did. And Bill's still open-ended on the bottom, so he's going to call. Nobody's got a flush draw on either board, which is really surprising. Usually there's not one board with a flush draw that nobody has, and this is two boards. So there's clubs in the top, hearts in the bottom, and nobody's got a flush draw. And Chris ends up incorrectly folding, yet
Oh no.
the way the action was probably was the correct read. So Bill ends up with set on the top, and Steve has two pair on the bottom, and chop it up.
Oh, you didn't play for the bottom. What did
So
I tell you? Wishful thinking.
Chris, again, like this is what Brian did. He read the players for being strong and read them correctly from the way they were playing it, yet the people that were acting strong were not as strong, and the actual results were that they made an incorrect fold where they were actually ahead, and then both times the river changed where their winning hand became a losing hand, unluckily, but they had already folded on the turn, and so it ended up being the best play. Very, very interesting, in my opinion.
There's
Try it again. Sure.
Oh, I've had that.
I think this one's mine. Top of the toe.
And again, I think they do offer, I know they offer it. I'm not sure if it runs every week or not, but they do play double board
I think it's worth it.
pot limit Omaha. So for you guys that were talking about this is just limit, you can't win or lose more money. If you do want a higher variance game, I'm not sure the limits. I think the buy-ins are probably something like 200 to 1,000 or something. But you're playing pot limit, either 4 or 5 card double board. And again, being double board and 5 players with 4 cards each, it's tough to read out all of the hands and look. I do know that it looks like Double Diesel flopped a jack high flush on the bottom board with a gut shot straight flush. Don't see a lot else there. Actually, Brian has the nut flush on one board and only top pair on the other, so I could see playing or folding there. So now the board he was going for a flush draw on the top, he pairs a 6. He had 2 pair as well. I didn't see. So he definitely should have called with 2 pair and the flush draw. Gets the full house. The jack high flush on the bottom board stays good. Bill and Steve look like they're drawing mighty, mighty thin. I'm not sure what they're doing. I'm wondering if Bill and Steve were drawing dead there. Bill's leading out because his straight got there. Oh, his straight got there on both boards. Very unfortunate rivers for Bill. He got there on both boards, and yet neither board's good. He was already dead to a full house on the top, and he was dead to a heart or spades on the bottom. He's going to hear the bad news.
I have
a full house.
on the top board.
I got a flush on the bottom, almost a straight flush.
I have a straight on the bottom.
Just knew that 10 on the river on the bottom board.
That's
like even double voted.
Yeah, you had a 10.
You got a straight on the
That
bottom.
was very interesting. Very unfortunate for Bill, but the fact that he hit what he thought were 2 perfect rivers, and they really were for what he was looking. Those were as good a rivers as he could, and he lost both of them.
Both boards, yeah.
But in this particular spot, funny enough, neither Brian nor Double Diesel their hands were strong enough to raise.
30.
So they were actually just happy to get half.
Chopped it.
Brian had what,
That's actually
it's like
smart.
the
Yeah.
third best
Hedge your
full
wrists.
house on top.
Hedge your wrists or
And then
really feel it pain.
Diesel had the third best flush on the bottom. So neither one was super comfortable with their hands.
True.
That's
Bill
true.
was comfortable enough
Think
to
about
bet,
that.
and
I don't care so
just
long
worked
as
out the way it did.
as long as I get paid.
No, it's
You know.
actually costing you
It's
35.
costing me a lot more
You
to
would
try
have
to.
been getting.
To be a lot more to try to get. All right, never mind. No chopping.
We can chop if we want to.
I know. I'm just trolling.
No, we won't allow it now.
Yeah, this is democracy.
This is democracy manifest.
Now we'll go
Doing
for it.
Chinese meal.
We should do progressive once all the tiles are out.
Okay, go.
What do you mean?
That would be hard to do, but so anybody,
Well, right. I see
multiple
what you're
people
saying.
cannot have
Yeah.
tiles.
But if one person gets all the tiles,
Everyone has to pay.
Everybody pays them like
Yeah.
$8 or whatever.
Every tile's worth $10 or something.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was. I've seen them do that.
Yeah, that's like version 2.
Yeah. That's.
C3 and C8.
I think it's on you.
Alrighty. Looks like we have 5 or 6 hands left in the evening. So I'll try to take us on home here. All right. So the top board, a 9 queen would be the nuts, but you would be looking at fading either diamonds or clubs. Bill's got really bad clubs, but having 4 of them, you kind of got to figure it's tough for anybody else to have 2 of them. But he's also got a club blocker on the other board. He's got a bad straight on the bottom. Steve's leading out with top 3 pair on the bottom. But the bad straight's actually good at this point. But he has to fade
Everything magic.
pairing the board. Oh, and it holds up.
straight on the top.
Straight on the bottom.
Bill holds up with the 10 high straight on the bottom. And Chris gets there with the queen 9. Not surprised nobody would bet because neither board really had a strong hand. Hey, sub 5 man 31589. What's happening tonight?
Pretty good turn.
Welcome to the 1 a.m. Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern time, 10 p.m. Pacific time, late night poker, not after dark, but in Hamul mixed game Thursday night.
No, that's your shtick. Nobody can make a flush because I have them all.
Yeah. That's what I was counting.
I was excited to play draw.
I was too. Believe me. I share your disappointment.
You're funny, Bill.
All right.
For people to understand.
So when
And you ended up winning.
I do have to comment once again that it looks like we're on 4 hours and 15 minutes of live stream, and I have yet to see Jeanette G Money, aka Sweet Pea, make a single mistake all night. What an incredible dealer. If I was Hamul, I would give her a raise right now.
You drink?
Yeah.
Go Raiders. What?
I'm honestly shocked.
You're as bad off as I am. I'm like, go Panthers.
That you don't drink?
Who would you rather have? 30-year-old Geno Smith? Pretty accurate, maybe not above average arm, but decent decision making. Never going to be the guy. Or Bryce Young, 4'2", that supposedly is getting better. Oh, is that Jerome himself? There's nobody else in the world that would would spit such blasphemy into my stream unless it must be Jerome himself.
Man, no hesitation.
How you doing, Jerome?
Before you put it in.
Not this time.
I have a straight and trips.
I have a straight and trips with an ace also.
Trips with an ace.
Is
What's
it
that?
Yeah, I also have trips with an ace.
I know.
complete chop? Is it?
Chop it up.
Chop.
We each get quartered. We get quartered twice.
All right.
Top quarter.
Jerome got me all confused, so I missed the hand.
All right.
From what I hear, they're chopping it up, and they both got cheese.
No, you have to,
And in the
if
So,
you do it like that, you got to both give up your nit. Start over.
Thanks.
No, yes.
I don't want that.
Sub 5 man 31589 is our illustrious former dealer Jerome.
She gets two.
The only possible person I can think of, and who can even be mentioned in the same sentence as Jeanette, as being a dealer of
90-degree.
Do you
magnitude.
really want one?
Mel, God bless your soul. You just were a level below.
You left him on the
Super guy, love him. Love going to the home games. He deals, all that kind of stuff. But Jerome and Jeanette were the ones that never make mistakes. Missed Jerome immensely. He moved to Arizona, working in some third-rate place. Reputation still acceptable. He's allowed back at Hamul anytime he would like.
Not getting
I'm
the
not
other
sure,
back.
Jerome.
David.
It depends on how many likes we get. I'm assuming that the 650 people I've talked to tonight in chat have all liked the video.
No, that seems.
So I was told if we get 500 likes next week, we're a go. So we'll see.
Right, I needed the River 3 too to get me there.
And if anybody doesn't know Jerome, he is quite possibly the most disillusioned, worst
That was fun.
Raiders fan of all time.
Food has been cooked at all?
Yeah.
It's been a bit.
Thank you.
It's been a
Oh,
while.
wait.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Maybe he just bet on him
I'm
tonight.
surprised you can't order like Singapore noodles.
I don't know if you're.
I didn't watch any of the NFL preseason because I was otherwise occupied
No, it's first Thursday. I get it.
by live streaming the number one Thursday night game in America, the Hamul 1020 Mix stream.
I bet again.
And what got there? The Jack 9 on the bottom, second nut straight.
You don't have a Filipino name.
Jack, set of jacks on the top.
I'll just call.
A full house on the top
Oh.
and a straight on the bottom.
Better full house on the top.
Straight on the bottom.
My man Jerome got him a parlay tonight over in the Colts. I saw that on my FanDuel email earlier.
And then you
Well, I had both.
I thought it went down the gullet since Richardson got hurt in like the first series, right? The Eagles plus 6.5. That was also in the FanDuel email I got. Are you reading the same info I am? And the money line Raiders. I guess the Raiders beat.
Alive, David.
Oh, Pete Carroll revenge game. You did. That was straight off the email I read. Love it, Jerome. Congratulations.
Oh, hell no.
I've been too busy betting on Ethereum that I haven't had time to bet football. In case you guys aren't into crypto, just put all your net worth into Ethereum and thank me in 6 months. Hey, Jerome, while it's down to 4 of us left in the stream and 3 or 4 hands left, why don't you give us some NFL advice for the upcoming season on which team futures you like? Personally, I've already bet over on the Vikings. I forgot the number. It might have been like 9.5. And I just bet a bunch on the Dolphins under 8.5 because they seem like a dumpster fire. And then I went over in college for Virginia and Wake Forest because I went to Wake Forest and I'm a glutton
Never
for
see it
punishment.
sold like in a store.
All right, so let's see what kind of we got 2 boards here.
Next up.
It looks like the pair of threes on the bottom gave Brian a set, but as he rightly, correctly did not bet that
You weren't gonna bet.
because somebody could have a set of queens, which is a higher full house, and he wasn't even full yet, or the jack comes and all of a sudden Steve spiked jacks full on the bottom. So that's a monster. And Brian knows his quads aren't coming because he just saw the other three on the other top board. The 4-5 Chris has is the nuts on the top board, and Jack's full of threes on the bottom is not the nuts, but you're only losing to a pair of threes, which is not possible now because the threes on the other board. So you're only losing to a pair of queens, and you have a queen blocker. So you are almost 100%.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh wait. Shit.
What? I folded
You
it.
have to relook at the cards, but maybe I don't know. I didn't look at it that much, but hold on.
Well, all right.
I got
How
out.
many beers have you had?
I
0?
out.
Shit together.
Here's one of them.
Worry about him 3-betting.
All right. Well, I once again counted on Jerome at the wrong time. Gave him just a open door there. All he had to do was come in with all the info you could ever want. But I guess he's just thinking that he won a parlay tonight, so he's not going to give away his NFL or football picks for free. We're going to have to,
No.
I don't know, what are you going to start a Patreon or some kind of pay-per-view service so I can, what do you want, like $9.99 to tell me you like
Oh, I got you.
going to bet the Raiders over in season wins?
Needed a 6.
Come on, man. Be better.
I had the wrong board. Yeah. The straight didn't
Other
help me.
three's not coming out on the
Left
top
out
board.
into the straight.
A deuce. I guess the deuce
Maybe
is
Jerome's still at work. Maybe he just chimed in to be a nice guy.
Not upset with my fold there.
What's that?
But in other news, I completely missed that hand. So I think we only maybe have one more hand or 2 maximum tonight. So you guys get in your digs. Let's hear it.
I'm embarrassed it took me so long.
Tell me how bad my commentary / strategy / informational instructional video has been. I'm sorry, audio has been. No video. You cannot see the really nice neck beard I've been growing. 6 weeks. All right. I guess they did not realize it was the last hand, so nobody straddled.
Third one, you're out.
Third
Weaver.
And again, well, not again. I don't think I've said it tonight, but usually when we play, we like putting a straddle on. So, the bets are 10-20, but right now it would be Dave's turn under the gun just to blind make it 20, and then Steve could blind make it 30. Double Diesel would make it 40. But from what I understand, the software doesn't pick up straddles, so on the live stream they don't do it. But if you guys come and play the game, we oftentimes do a straddle like that to kind of bump up the pot, especially later in the evening. Or, if there's some stupid player that just likes to do it every time from under the gun, like myself, even though it's a very bad mathematically correct move, then, just makes it more interesting, in my opinion. And again, we're not playing for such big stakes that it's that big a deal. Nice flop here. Steve gets top 2 on the top board. He's got a gutter on the bottom, whereas Brian has a gutter on the top, second pair, and then top 2 on the bottom. So really nice for both of them. Diesel's got top pair, top kicker on the top board, but absolutely nothing on the other board. Only $10, I guess you might call there. Yeah, sure. I guess it was a raise pre-flop, in which case he's never folding pre-flop. After that, you're just priced in for $10 to call, even though he didn't have much of anything. Brian slows down. Or no, Brian bet. bet out. I like that because he picked up an open-ended straight draw on the top along with his top two pair on the bottom. Steve can't go anywhere with the top two on the top board
It's
and a
already.
gutter ball to the nuts on the bottom. Double deuce probably is just going to get away here, I would think.
It's 11 o'clock?
He's got much of nothing.
I don't have a watch. I use my phone.
Yeah.
All right, throw it away.
10. What do we do?
You can still keep playing.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, and somehow double deuce hits one card on the one board that's going to get him there.
We'll just chop it.
No.
Brian gets there with a straight on the top board, and Steve has just gotten very unlucky there.
Why? So we can play.
Oh, I'm sorry. Brian got both there. He got I didn't see the diamonds on the bottom board. Nice scoop from Brian. After his earlier really bad run of luck with the monster draws we talked about earlier, what I think is the absolute last hand of the night, Brian Hartman, ladies and gentlemen, our illustrious leader, the organizer, the one that led to all of this happening, might have just won the last pot of the evening. There it is, folks. Thank you for watching. Good night.
Yeah.
Appreciate you all.
And then we can
Jerome,
too if we got another player.
I expect a text sooner rather than later on those NFL winning bets after that parlay display right there. And we hope to see you guys again.